SPY once again behaving like a penny stock. Yeah, let's pretend like we're surprised. We're not. Everything's a penny stock right now. Everything is. And boy, will we be talking a lot about that. Yeah, Harker fucked up a lot of shit today, but he's making shit cheaper. We'll talk about that. But first.
Guys, so I have time to talk a bit about Twitter because I wanted to add to sort of what I was discussing with Tesla earlier.
March of 77. The crop lives. Good. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Because, you know, we're getting closer, of course, to the close of the Twitter transaction. And I have been told by any number of people lately that there is a furious effort underway to raise more equity. Raise more equity for this deal. This is in addition to the $7 billion that has already been circled by Elon Musk, remember, with the investor base that he talked about, that we know about. This is in addition to Mr. Musk's contribution. There are emails going out to capital sources from all sorts of different institutions saying, you want in? You want in? You want in? 100 million bucks. Can you do 100 million? Can I interest you in more? Maybe a little more. Here's some of the writing that we're seeing right now.
This is very interesting, Dave.
First of all, we've received communication from the bankers. The closing will be on October 28th, so that's exciting, isn't it? We would like to affirm this transaction is for people who want to back Elon and believe in his vision and operational superiority. The transaction will include a substantial pivot on strategy to transform itself into a super app under the moniker X Corp. And that bears a substantial risk. It is not valued in a conventional way, as is the case with Tesla and SpaceX. But a number of these firms that are out there...
Are people buying this rap?
I don't know if they're buying it, but this is part of what's going on right now, trying to gather up as many equity commitments as they can from well-heeled investors saying, come on with Elon. And by the way, there is also something else here, which is, hey, don't forget SpaceX. You know, maybe you want to get in on that too at some point. And mentions, of course, of SpaceX in terms of the valuation at one point in the early going and what it is now, what Tesla was, as we talked about earlier. But
you know, I'm a believer
there is a lot of
many
furious
ways to make Twitter better.
Equity fundraising going on right now. I've heard this from any number of different people who've been approached. So they're out there. Maybe that will preclude Mr. Musk from selling more Tesla stock. I don't know.
Because we don't want this to be a pump and dump. There's going to be a $5 to $10 billion buyback maybe, and we're as big as, I don't even want to say it because it's so ridiculous. But this is very good. I continue to believe that there are ideas for Twitter that we have no idea what Twitter is going to really look like, but it's going to be better than today.
It's going to be a super app under the moniker X.
Well, it's not going to be the Gowanus Canal anymore.
It's going to transform
I swim
itself
the Gowanus every day. It's very irritating.
It's a super app under the moniker X Corp.
Oh my fucking god. See, Dizzle, let's be fair here. Let's be fair here. I almost feel like you're besmirching the fine name of snake oil salesman at this point. Yeah. Here's the interesting question, guys. Here's the interesting question, okay? Now, Tesla itself, by the end of the day, I'm probably going to get my real puts position. Many of you know, I have $150 puts in November. Haven't sold them. That's a small position. By the end of the day, I'm tempted to grab more. Not the same strike. I'll be a little bit more conservative with those. Although, timing-wise, I'm going to be aiming for the 28th. I think we get an 8K tonight. That's the form Elon has to submit if he's going to sell stocks. Gelatinous orangutan. It's going to be a super app under the moniker X. Someone please tell him to chill with the hook. X gon' give it to you. Imagine this. If they ever do that and then decide to go back to go public, do they ever ask US Steel for the ticker? The end of the day, it will be night, yeah. The Fraudmobile, we're just starting. We are just starting. Deep freaking value. Elon image of being the people's billionaire is getting old. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're going to DRS your Twitter shares, motherfucker. So, yeah, I'm going to add more Tesla puts probably at the end of the day. I have no clue what the market does before then. Was it Harker? Harker spoke, can cause this to happen. Harker's very aggressive. Which is funny because we had Bullard yesterday speaking, Kashkari yesterday. Both of them sounded kind of dovish. Am I up on my puts? No, I'm down. I'm down 30%. Let's see. Down 40%. That's fine. Hear me out. Maybe a billionaire has his best interests in mind at all times. Yeah. Side bet. Is Boris Johnson coming back? Yes. I think he is. You got to feel bad for that Sunil Sunak guy. He was the competitor to Liz Truss. He lost to her, and now he's going to lose to Boris Johnson. Who had Bullard, Kashkari. Are these names from a 5-year-old's books? The funny thing is both of them are hawks. Yeah. That wore out faster than the Cowboys self-proclaimed America's team. Yep. Oof. Is right. God. Damn. Savagery, man. I'm telling you, savagery. NBC labeled Dallas America's team. Yep. Sounds about right. Sam is correct. Why would you give Elon money for Twitter when you can buy it in open market now for cheaper? That's the thing. Like, separately, I'll add more to Tesla puts. That being said, Twitter is still trading at a $2 discount. This transaction apparently closes next week. Next week. 54.20. If you don't have shares, it almost makes sense at the end of the day to just grab a bunch of shares as well. Just max out. But we'll see. Oh, Peabody. Peabody. You guys seen this? BTU got halted earlier. Why? Because apparently someone put out their third quarter results and Peabody had to update everybody on the fact that no, those are not our results. I'm telling you now, if they found evidence that people were buying calls and it's the same person who put out that paper, fucking bury them. Yeah. Snap's up today, and apparently there's a lot of options activity on Meta right now because of it. I'm almost tempted to say, like, what should be done there? Yeah, for those of you who don't know the meme, the story behind Peabody, BTU, they have shitty management. Hey, Ducoxy, how you doing, my friend? 10-year popping off. Interesting. What's the dollar doing? What's the dollar doing? That, to me, is the more important thing right now. I actually don't think the 10-year matters as much. Remember, this is the price of the 10-year, so yields are inverse. Yep, yields are going up. Am I holding AXP through earnings? Fuck yeah. That's why I bought them. That's an earnings play. That is straight up an earnings play. Let's see. Yeah, American Airlines, by the way, last night was a good play. They're up. At least they were up. Turns out they beat also. And everyone should have seen that one coming, given every other airline's done well. Dollar's starting to go back up, by the way. But we're still red on the day on the Dixie. We're at 112.50. So I think the yields matter less than usual, which is a crazy statement to say, because usually I'm checking yields to understand what the market's kind of like looking at. The fact that the yields are moving differently from the dollar, let me explain. Someone else mentioned this, and I think it's worthwhile. At some point, you may see people rotate back into stocks, and it may have been people who are selling bonds to do so. big money. If that's the case, there may be a brief time period in which you see yields going up, which means the price of bonds are down because people are actively selling bonds, and stocks go up, which is a crazy thought. And if that happens, that will be very transitory. Because at some point, high yields will drive people back into bonds. At some point. But yeah, I don't know if that's what's happening here. Either way, if the dollar is starting to make a move up, I'd be very cautious about jumping in. I'm probably done doing a lot of my day trading until later on today. This morning, I bought Apple calls. I'm probably holding these through earnings. Yep. Thank you, Harker. Dick. But I've seen enough evidence to say Apple's going to beat next week, and I anticipate they're going to beat pretty good. Not only that, I keep seeing all these reports, and it's rehashed in the September production report, and I'm telling you right now, I'm fading that motherfucker. I think people are getting misled again, and I think Apple outperforms. Twitter, October 21st, $54 calls make sense? No. Selling, I assume, yes. I don't think they're going to rise that quickly. That does not make sense, though. Especially because it's tomorrow. Someone somewhere is locked into a 30-year bond from 2021 at 2.34%. Here's a funny thing. There are people right now, okay, who've basically locked in home mortgages at, say, 3%, who are now able to get like close to 5%, or well, 4.5% on a 2-year bond. So basically, if they used half of their money on the house, they can take the other half, throw it in that bond, and they're doing pretty well. They're doing pretty well. CM explain like you are 5 why dollar being up is bad for entry. No, if dollar keeps going up, that has that whole dollar milkshake implication. So basically, if that's the case, people pushing up the dollar pushes up rates, usually. And then as a result, that basically increases the risk-free premium, makes stock markets less attractive. It's now a good entry for AXP? I don't know. Hey, Spencer, how you doing, my friend? Rather tile. Banks are going to make a killing refinancing mortgages in a couple of years. I agree. Banks are going to be strong for a bit. I still think if you guys see a true recession, if you see a true credit crunch, a credit crisis, it's not the large banks. It's these alternative institutions. It's the Lemonades. It's the Upstarts. It's the Affirms. It's the Allies. It's the Carvana. It's the major auto dealerships who still hold financing arms. They're the ones, I bet, which will have issues. XC Runner, you have a 30-year mortgage at 2.65. I'd like to shake your cock, sir. Chat Cat, in a few minutes, we'll do Farmer Jim's. Absolutely. There's a lot of good plays, apparently, from last night. We will absolutely talk about them. Look at the market, guys. We are getting differentiation in a weird way. Spencer, have I looked at BTU? Yes. They paid off about 75% of debt in one quarter. Yes, I saw that. And my belief on that one is they paid off all that debt for the acquisition of that Colorado-based company, and I don't like it. I'm staying away from it. First of all, I stay away from coal anyway. Callie Otter, Kano up 5%. Am I still holding calls? Yes. Kano's a good business, apparently. Multiple companies were looking at them. They dropped 40+% on the report, which, by the way, CVS has not confirmed that CVS is not interested in doing the deal. Yeah. So, Delmath, I have the 30 DTE, so that the November 18th $150 calls for Apple. I have a December $5 call for Kano. Yeah, December 16th, $5 call. My pleasure. So yeah, Spencer, my understanding is BTU did pay off a substantial amount of their debt. The belief on that one is they could be setting the stage for that acquisition that keeps being talked about, and apparently the street does not like the acquisition. Spencer, if a company can pay off that much debt and still be generally hated, you like it? All right, counterpoint. Counterpoint. That's a good point. Do we have coal? Where's the fucking coal chart? Look at the price of coal. How long do you think that stays up? Like, that's the question that I think comes up specifically. I mean, basically, is this a peak time period for this specific cyclical? I don't know. And also, the company's paying off that debt, and at the same time, it's because they're doing an acquisition, which means they're then taking on more debt. BTU does more than just coal? Okay. Yeah. Wait till Promethean gets here and ask him. That he's a better judge on a lot of these materials. If I'm playing, if I'm going to play a commodity, it's not coal. Honestly, I prefer copper. Kimbo, what is my view on Germany's $200 billion in the internal EU market? Not sure I'm smart enough to talk about it. I am generally speaking very bearish on the EU in general, at least for the short term. It's got to get me into you gang someday. Yep, someday. Aren't huge commodity entities good for price? I think it depends on how much concentration's in the sector. Like keep in mind, like if just looking at BTU, the coal side, all right, fine. They're competing against who? A shitload of Chinese companies. Yeah, huge commodities, generally speaking, consolidation is good. I'm not sure you want to be there pre-consolidation, though. That's the problem. At least you'd rather be on the smaller company. I think BTU is the bigger one. So, either way, if I remember correctly, with BTU, this big drop was actually the result of the potential acquisition news leaking out. So you can see the market did not like it. The 10-year hit 4.2. Nice. Jack Dorsey announced new social media. See if he takes it public again. God, Lamb Research was up at 1.10% today. Yeah, it is going to be fun to see if NOPEC plays out. What about Yang calls for when China releases their economic data? If it was good, she would have done it already. Could make sense. I don't know. 64 pillars. You timed the Tesla puts today? Nice. Well played. Yeah, I'm going to be avoiding China for a bit. I don't trust them right now. Holding back that data. All the talk of COVID zero, and then in Xi'an, where they are doing some lockdowns, they've actually been very specific where they're locking down. They're not doing the full lockdown approach from Shanghai. I don't know how to judge it, so I'm like, I'm going to avoid it now. Is CVS still one of my favorite healthcare stocks long-term? Absolutely. Absolutely. Love CVS. It's a very good business. Yeah. I wish they'd sell their pharmacy. They won't. It makes sense. But God. A lot of consumer defensives, the staples, consumer discretionary down. Industrials down. Utilities down. Energy flat to up. Healthcare flat to up. Financials flat to up. Weird. Weird. When you see industrials, the defensives, and utilities down, you're thinking, all right, like true risk off. But then you wouldn't see energy doing what it's doing. You wouldn't see healthcare necessarily. That's a defensive. Tech is up. But you're seeing some differentiation. Accenture down, IBM and Salesforce up. Salesforce is interesting. We spoke about this yesterday. I think we did. We may have actually missed it. Starboard Capital took a big equity stake in Salesforce. They had a really interesting pitch to it. Still have conviction on the match puts. I'm sorry, I don't have match puts. I mentioned at one point, I pulled up a report. That wasn't my opinion. That was someone else's. I said there could be an interesting pair trade, short match, long Bumble, based on that report, but that wasn't my viewpoint. That was some research group basically showcased how on the online dating side, like Bumble and Hinge were doing really well, and then for downloads, like Tinder in particular was down. It's an interesting idea. I'm not touching it yet. I don't have that much conviction. All right, folks, you ready to do some Farmer Gyms in chat? First of all, did anyone have lamb research? Did anyone have lamb? We're going to talk about that earnings later, but first, Farmer Gyms in chat for anybody who had lamb research this morning. Chat Cat, you had them? Well played. Farmer Gyms in chat for Chat Cat for playing lamb research. $360 calls. Oh God, if you sold, you're fucking, yeah, you're making money. You're making good money. Did anyone have Tesla calls that they bought this morning? I know at least one of you did. Did anybody play it? Because there was a good bounce here. Next up, here's one we didn't expect to see coming. Alcoa. Alcoa had terrible fucking earnings. They had horrible earnings. Anybody play calls on them? Particularly, did you think you were getting dumpsters today? Because you're not. No. You're not getting dumpsters. Here's a Farmer Gym for anyone who played Alcoa. Sung Maxi played it? Nice. AXP. Oh, you're interrupting me. Never mind. Let's do Farmer Gyms first. What else do we got? Yeah, what the fuck on AA? I agree. I agree. Anyone have Steel Dynamics? Anyone have Steel Dynamics? If you did, you're getting Farmer Gyms. Anyone have Nucor? Nucor reported this morning. You had T shares. Well played. We'll talk about that one. Look at Nucor. Nucor missed. You had PBR calls on Monday. Well played. Yep. Look what it did this week. Oh, that's some power. Let's check AT&T. AT&T's doing pretty nicely. We're going to come back to AT&T when we talk about like my specific. Actually, fuck it, I'll do it now. One of the reasons I bought Apple calls, I've mentioned before, that production report was bullshit. All right. That was a report from back in September by two people within the Apple China supply chain. We know more diversification has happened outside of China, and Apple is the most secretive company. Plus, literally every fucking year around this time of year, some report comes out about weakening demand for Apple, and every single time their third quarter they beat. And it's usually not even close. Instead, what we know, we've heard from Ming Kuo, okay, the Apple analyst we actually trust, is the idea that Apple has moved a lot more of their orders from the base model to the Pro model. And Apple makes more money on the Pro models. Now, what did AT&T say? AT&T guided up. More importantly, they talked about their wireless business. And in terms of net subscribers, first of all, they beat this quarter on net subscribers. Second of all, they guided that number up as well. This is a company who is going to sell a lot of iPhones. It's their number one seller. They have access to pre-order data. Separately, we've had analysts coming out and saying they've placed orders for the iPhone Pro and it's on back order already. Guys, my belief is Apple's going to beat earnings next week. Everyone keeps shitting on this company. I know everyone's waiting for the last general to fall. They have a $90 billion stock buyback. I'm sure they've been responsible for themselves not falling as much. Look where you're buying. Their earnings are next week. In terms of the mega caps, Apple, Meta, and Amazon are the three I'm probably going to feel most comfortable with. Microsoft, believe it or not, I love the company. It's one of my favorite from a long-term basis. I'm worried about their PC exposure. They have a lot of PC exposure. So to me, Microsoft is a 50-50 toss-up. And there's an interesting report Prometheum put out yesterday in regards to Google potentially missing specifically on their ad revenue. Google Cloud will continue to show growth. Yeah, but Jay, Tesla is going to be bigger than Apple. No, it won't. But what will the market do? That's a good question, Raina. Here's the thing. Mega caps move on earnings. We saw it last quarter as well. They all moved on earnings. People keep shitting on Apple. People keep playing puts on Apple. I kind of like the setup. Plus, look what you're buying. M. Hanzik, wasn't AT&T and Verizon reporting a large uptick in customers not paying bills? Surprised what changed? Nope, you got suckered. Let me explain. You're right. Specifically, it wasn't Verizon. It was AT&T. They were talking about their business clients. And they basically say that they saw the number going up. And a lot of FinTwit accounts posted that. They missed the next sentence. The next sentence was, we still see these numbers well below pre-COVID averages. M. Hanzik, it was the same thing with Ford talking about delinquencies and it was ticking up. Or when people talk about credit usage, if you're looking at it year over year, these numbers look weird because last year is so fucking weird. Does that make sense? So nothing actually changed. They're seeing more, but it's back to normal. It's actually still under trend. It's looking back towards what it would be normal compared to like COVID times when everyone had a bunch of money, a bunch of stimulus, and you couldn't spend shit. For Apple, I have the November 18th $150 calls. Are we shorting UPS? I don't know. Oh, no, I'm Hanzik. Do not blame yourself. You were bamboozled. Shame. No. Nuance doesn't get put out. All right? Nuance doesn't get put out. Don't blame yourself. You can't believe Liz is gone. Lizzie? What the fuck happened to Lizzie? Let's check UPS for a second. That's an interesting question. I don't know if I want to short this one. Spencer, keep this in mind. Earlier this month, okay, before they were in blackout, like literally a week before FedEx dropped their first bomb, UPS reiterated their guidance for the year. All right? And their quarter already closed. So if you think they're going to miss, particularly on their guide, something had to have changed in the last 3 weeks specifically. FedEx was bad. Amazon Flex drivers are being paid to sit at home right now. Have you seen the actual report about Amazon Flex drivers? I don't know if I believe that yet. It could be. FedEx was bad. FedEx is a horribly ran company that lost a lot of their business actually because of Amazon. So I don't know if I buy it yet, Spencer. Here's the thing. If you're shorting it, are you shorting the whole? Look at this. I mean, this is not a company I would be inclined to unless we knew for a fact. And remember, this company reiterated their guidance. 75% on gross margins? Weird calculation logic, I assume. They're operating margins, so they have a lot of operating costs. That is weird, though. So yeah, Spencer, if this was higher, I would probably agree. But I mean, my God, look where they're at. This company pays a 3.67% dividend. I don't know. Put it like this. If we have specific knowledge on UPS, sure, go for it. If we think demand has utterly cratered in the last 3 weeks, okay, cool. But I would not short them based on UPS. Oh, no, sorry, on FedEx. FedEx is their own shit show. Hey, Prometheum, how you doing, my friend? Age of Neo, yeah, Amazon is biting at them, but e-commerce as a whole is growing. The lettuce is about to give a speech. Internet is undefeated, I swear. God, poor Lizzie. All right. American Express, I bought calls this morning. American Express reports earnings tomorrow. Actually, I should buy a few more, just in case they're moving the other direction. With American Express, this is very simple. Every financial company has done pretty well. All right? They have higher net interest income. These guys, then again, don't do bank accounts. So I assume Visa and MasterCard, because people are actually spending on credit cards. Remember, during COVID, not a lot of people used credit cards. So they didn't have a lot of good money coming in. And you can look. COVID was a, quote, bad year for them. Really bad year. So I like them in particular. They have a lot of exposure to travel, and every airline's been doing well. No one sold anytime recently. One of their directors, though, sold basically all their shares. That's never good to see. Garfa, why did Buffett dump his Visa and MasterCard? I have no clue. It's a good question. It's a good question. Prometheum, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciate, my friend. So yeah, American Express, I'd like to see them do well tomorrow. I'm in them. Not too big, though. Steely hands. Tories moving quickly with leadership elections. First and possible second ballot, both scheduled for Monday. Yeah, they need someone. I mean, you got to show some semblance of political, like, stability. Yeah, Buffett holds ally. He makes mistakes. Yeah. The lettuce is live. Good for it. I'm not going to... I'll check the video later. Seems like the spy is going to try to undo some of the damage Harker did. Spencer, you've been fudding the last few days on Ukraine news. I know. I've seen it. Don't worry. Russian friendly nations pulling out diplomats and remaining citizens. Yeah, I've heard that. Here's what I'm going to sit there and say. This is going to shit on people. The idea, because I've heard a lot of people saying they're pulling out citizens, that must mean there's a nuclear attack going to come. Do you think a country is going to do a nuclear attack and tell other nations? That's not the way, like, geopolitical relationships work. Like, literally, it's not how it works. Prometheum, did I see the chart of year-over-year percentage and savings rate in VTARD's No, I've seen that same fucking chart for months, though. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. I will still maintain There's good reasons to be naturally bearish, to be naturally skittish in this market. I completely get that. But a lot of people keep getting suckered. Yeah, fuck the Fed. All my homies hit the Fed. WJO, what AXP call did I get? I got the next week's, the October 28th, $148 calls. Ironically, by the way, Spencer, what ended up happening was a lot of drone strikes got sent to Kiev. So, like, that could have been the reason why. But yeah. No, I think anybody, like, put it this way, if I was in charge of like diplomatic like services in a country for like Americans, put it this way, after the bridge got hit, all right, after the bridge got hit, I would have told all my people, get the fuck out, because there's a likelihood Russia would escalate. I wouldn't have to speak to anyone Russian to make that call. Yep, Steely Hands, I'm with you. You think the pullouts from Ukraine are more the renewed missile attacks, infrastructure breakdowns, and possible action towards Kiev from the north again if Belarus gets involved. Yep, all of that makes sense. Yeah, bonds are almost certainly like a big, big head risk right now, which sucks. Mm-hmm. Number of Elizabeths in charge of the UK: 1, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, the idea that there were Ukrainian refugee shelters set on fire in Germany. Yeah. Spy's not okay. No. Spy needs some milk. Spy desperately needs some milk. Oh, look at that. Big drop. Big drop. Hey, Whiskey Jack Black. How you doing, my friend? For a brief time period today, Air was trading over 20 bucks, by the way. Why is China so fucked? Man, there's a lot of I would say a lot of mismatched data. First of all, they didn't release their data on the economic side. There's been a lot of talk they're going to maintain COVID zero. And then in Xi'an, they've actually reimposed some lockdowns, but they're doing like very piecemeal. They're not doing the same lockdown strategy from Shanghai, which was just obliterated it. So it's hard to sit there and say, like, what the fuck are they doing? It's hard to know. OPEX shenanigans, possibly. Unfortunately, we dropped under 368 pretty significantly. 366 has been a bit of resistance the past few days. Or sorry, support. Does it hold? She just out here flexing. Every day he's hustling. Yeah, so it looks like if this is purely the result of the 10-year, then that's perfectly logical. And if that's the case, then basically you need to keep an eye on the 10-year to understand if we're jumping back in the calls at all. Yeah, dollar's going back up. Still red on the day, but it's going back up. Yeah, the interesting thing about the bonds, by the way, is they are steepening. They're still inverted as fuck, but they're steepening. They're all going up, but they're steepening. TK Bill, what's the next Twitter-like play you got going? I don't have one of those. The closest one I think that may actually make sense is Kano. If you think at some point either CVS or someone else walks back into the deal, then Kano. I mean, options plays that aren't earnings. No, I mean, we're in earnings season, so earnings is going to impact a lot. Kano is like a home-based healthcare provider. They do point-of-care healthcare. They were being looked at seriously by Humana, CVS, and I think United Healthcare was also looking at them. CVS was rumored to be looking to acquire them, and then that deal got called off earlier this week, and Kano dropped 40% overnight. So I grabbed a bunch of calls. 6.6% on Micron 6-year bonds. I think Micron will deliver more. IBM. Let's go there. Let's talk about IBM. This is a weird one. My pleasure. All right, for those of you who don't know, IBM's up. This is about not viewable. Oh. So I'm going to trust my good friend, Chin Chanos. All right. Pointing out, please note, IBM missed the streets 3-quarter pre-tax operating profit estimate. The question behind IBM, they have really good accountants, shall we say. Really good accountants. And keep this expression in mind when we start talking about Tesla next. All right? IBM's got some fiery accountants. And good for them. But in this case, the question is, did IBM really beat? Or are they moving shit around? They took like huge charges. By the way, they're like, they're non-adjusted. Their GAAP EPS looked like shit because they took a huge charge based on like some obscure pension charges and shit like that, which is fine. But yeah, moving the deck chairs around, that's the question. Like, IBM apparently did very well. Looks maybe deceiving. I don't know. Yeah. There's IBM for you. All right. Next up, Lamb Research. From their call. By the way, their call did not go well. Apparently. A lot of people are saying that. Management was described as, quote, evasive. And this is not something new with Lamb Research, by the way. 2 quarters ago, their management also did apparently a shitty job in one of their earnings calls. All right? Goes to show there's a bit of a premium you will pay for just good leadership companies. All right? So this is the quote from last night. Turning to the broader demand picture, we see wafer fabrication equipment spend in calendar 2022 in the low $90 billion range. Beginning of the year, my hopes were close to $110 billion. What killed him in this case was actually supply chain issues. Supply chain, not demand, kept that number down for the first half of the year. When Lam, Applied Materials, KLA, Tokyo Electron, and ASML were all basically like missing revenue or having to guide down, and it was because their supply chains couldn't keep up to their orders. Now for next year, that's what gets interesting, okay? So he says, wafer fabrication equipment spending in calendar year 2022 in the low $90 billion range. This outlook includes the impact of new China-related restrictions and lower demand partially offset by improving supply chain conditions. As some of our customers have indicated recently, there has been a rapid deterioration in demand fundamentals, particularly within the memory segments. So before you guys ask me, I will tell you right now, the person who has the least amount of exposure to memory from a semi-cap standpoint is KLA. So if KLA drops before their earnings, chances are KLA is going to go back up. Anyway, customers are adjusting investment plans into next year to bring channel inventories down to a more normalized levels. As a result, we see memory bit shipments tracking below end demand for the next few quarters. In our normal cadence, we would provide our first view of 2023 wafer fabrication equipment on our January earnings call. However, given the current environment today, we are providing our preliminary estimate for calendar year 2023. Inclusive of the China restrictions, we expect next year's wafer fabrication equipment spend to be down more than 20%, with memory investments accounting for a large portion of that decline. We will provide more detailed color on our outlook on our next earnings call, but for now, we believe that customer actions to reduce memory bit supply growth will create a favorable setup for memory mix to increase as a percent of overall wafer fabrication equipment spend beyond 2023. Yep, Milwaukee Blizzard, yep, they said 2023 will suck for them. Keep in mind, they guided up next quarter. That's the fucked up thing. The issue is, for a lot of the semi-caps, okay, let's chat. For a lot of the semi-caps, they're basically losing a lot of their Chinese customers. When I say Chinese customers, I do not mean customers in China. I mean Chinese companies in China. All right? They're not losing shit from, say, TSMC. They're not losing shit from Micron or Samsung, aside from the cuts those companies did because of demand for memory and the inventory buildup. Okay, so China restrictions aren't hitting them there. The real Chinese restrictions are hitting a company like Lam Research. They're probably the most impacted because a lot of the Chinese companies that exist in the semiconductor space are memories. They're memory companies. And Lam Research is number one semi-cap for memory. It's their biggest line of business, over 50% of their exposure. So when you look at Lam Research today, the fact that they were up so big, I mean, they basically said they could be seeing about a $2.5 billion revenue hit next year. All right. Look at their sales growth. All right. You put them down to say 14.5. Presume that when they said up to a $2.5 billion hit, that they actually see a full $2.5 billion hit. If that's the case, cool. Their sales are still going to be higher than 2021. Down next year from 2022, over 50% higher than 2020. This is the stock price. Again, guys, price is dictating a lot. This is why Lam Research is up. Did they say anything that lit the world on fire? No. Their bad quarter shows you how much they've grown over the past 2 to 3 years. Things are just sustainably bigger. It's just the way it is. Their version of a bad quarter, they still make money, they still buy back stock, they still issue dividends. Yeah. So, Mr. Know-It-All, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciated. CM Bird, the RTX 4090 story. Yeah, 8 of them can apparently break passwords in like under an hour. Yeah. Just who needs them for gaming, right? Yeah, there's a research report, by the way. I think Bank of America came out with it. They think the NVIDIA business is near its bottom for this cycle. They already think that's happened. Everyone's doing channel checks right now on GPUs. NVIDIA's been very aggressive about cutting price, offering up deals to its retail partners, its channel partners. The fact they held back the 4090s, apparently it's paying off. A lot of their inventory is getting cleared. Plus, There's a lot of reporting now that the 4090 is hard to find again. Yeah. You need the 4090 to store Doom using those 24 gigabytes of GDR6. Yay, GM Wars. What do you think about the market? A rally and a real bottom in a couple months? I have no clue. My guess is not going to be as good as anybody else's. The interesting thing is I mean, until we see a true recession, which I still think if it happens, and there's a chance it doesn't happen, but if it happens, you're talking about next year. If that's the case, have we probably hit our bottom this year? I don't know. From a whole market standpoint, I don't know. That's what's weird. Earnings are coming in better than expectations. By the way, year over year, earnings are down. And that's fine. Do you know why? Because stock prices are down. You're not paying the same amount for the same shit from last year. More importantly, if you see the S&P earnings down, say 5%, presume that's the case from last year, all right, fine. Your stock price is roughly 25% cheaper. Oh, straight perfection. I'm so sorry. You got sleep, yeah. Yeah, Brad, I agree with this. Your fear isn't recession. It's the market's just bouncing around the same range. I agree. I think trying to look at the entire market is a mistake at this point. The market's got way too much dispersion, which is a good thing. Differentiation's starting to show up. Unless you're airlines, they're all doing well. Jesus, and I didn't expect that. Yeah, AMD should be going up, but I don't know. You might be fucked. There's nothing that can help you. Look at the SPY. Look at it being a bitch. Does the 366 support hold? Tested it yesterday. Gotta admit, it doesn't feel too good to see this gap right here, huh? Where if we hit 364, is this what the TA people say? If we hit 364, then we're going to 358. Right? That's what they say, right? See, I'm learning. Yeah, potentially I may grab some SPY puts if we drop below 366. UMC, rocket to the moon. Are they doing well? They should be. I can tell you why. There's an announcement. The announcement is that Samsung, for their strategy for Foundry, is looking to start contracting out a lot of the lower margin, shall we say, chip orders to UMC. Samsung Foundry wants to start focusing a lot more on leading edge. That's good for UMC. UMC is not going to compete at leading edge. Their cost structure takes advantage of the fact that lagging edge is cheaper. B-Hood, you're kind of pissed that on sale Air Max 90s are still $100 plus? Yep. Yeah, please go to 358. I agree. I'm not complaining if it happens. If a SPY tries to pump itself back up. If this is all for Harker, then what the fuck? Harker's a punk bitch, yep. Yeah, Windmaster, I was hoping to point that out. The Fed keeps saying 4.5 to 4.75. The market's now priced in between 5 and 5.25. Guys, this is going to set up something interesting for FOMCs. FOMCs actually now you have to treat as potential upside surprises. Because right now the market is more aggressive than the Fed. And if the Fed, if during FOMC, the Fed basically says, especially on dot plot revision time, that they're going back down to under 5, the market's offsides. They will adjust. Seeking waifu. Everyone's just waiting for the same word, pivot. No, no one is. No one should be. No one should be looking for the word pivot. Pivot meaning a cut in rates? No, we don't need that. All you need is the word pause. They can just simply say, pause, we want to test the effectiveness of the rate hikes we've already put in, and that would cause the market to go up. Yeah, I don't think they put a dot plot November. I think we're waiting until what, January or December? Bet on the compound, talk to how he thinks the bond market is offsides this time. That'll give us our rally. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure hiking straight to 5% will be fine. Nothing will break. Yep, pause, not pivot. Yeah. No one's expecting a pivot. The only people I hear use the word pivot are bears trying to laugh at any time the markets go up. They're like, why do people think the market's going to pivot? No, we've priced it. At this point, guys, the bond market has priced in an even more aggressive Fed than the Fed says they're going to be. The kiss of death. Literally. You seen the pivot theory being regurgitated all over Twitter? Really? From what Twitter accounts? Because even like the true, like, the most stupid bulls I've seen. No, I haven't seen it. The shit accounts got it. Yeah, Webmaster. Fed has accepted a steady glide path of 3% and 2.5% to 2024. Yeah. Okay, see why for the main point was we can still see some sort of Fed until we see some sort of Fed change. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yep, Suchi, you called it yesterday. At this time tomorrow, the US 10-year bet 4.2. Yep. Yeah, even Tom Lee doesn't say pivot. Yeah. And inflation expectations have fucking died. I think the greater risks right now, I still don't overly worry about the Fed, quote, over tightening. I don't, not yet. I'll worry about that issue in 2 months or so. To me, it's all geopolitics at this point. Currency and geopolitics. That's the risk. Did I add any Tesla puts? Not yet. I'm going to wait end of day. And I'll get new ones. I won't stick with $150. It's too aggressive. Hey, Spicy Noodle Lover. How you doing? Windmaster, there's honestly still a chance of no recession as crazy as it sounds. Clarify, do you mean no global recession? Or no US recession? Isn't the bond market selling off because smart money knows the Fed is not popping soon? I don't know. Did I close? No, not yet. US got it. We're talking. Oh yeah, we're gonna shit on Tesla later on. By the way, I'll tell you right now, their results were not that bad. I just questioned a lot of it. The bond rates are spiking because the Fed is selling today. Okay. Is WB still a play? I don't know. I'm not in it. By the way, VIX is negative, and the SPY is negative. That's a Kramer indicator. Reversal. Don't know if it's true or not. That's a Kramer thing. We talked China. Yeah, we talked a little bit about it earlier. I don't trust China right now in terms of what they've got going on, so I'm going to avoid China for the moment. Scam pump incoming? Maybe. Gamble, gamble. By the way, it's really weird to see IBM doing so well in the back of consulting and Accenture not doing well. I would assume Accenture should be up on the IBM report, but maybe I'm wrong. Whiskey Jack Black, you thought we decided the VIX doesn't carry the same weight? We did. We agree. The fact that it's though in the complete opposite direction, yeah. It definitely does not carry the same weight. It's not the same thing as no weight. Oracle went up big. Yeah, I saw that. Good for Oracle. Windy. Windy pointing out Oracle doesn't have the same great mainframe business. To be fair, have you seen Oracle software in action? Oh, it looks like it's from that era. I don't want to see any SAP fanboys joking about this either. Promethean, does anyone know what the current S&P 500 earnings yield is? I have no clue. Don't you just take the forward PE and divide it by 100? I don't know if that's the way or not. Adobe getting a second day of goodness. Good for them. They kind of deserve it. They've been beaten to shit. And maybe that's the story. Look for the absolute dead bodies on stocks, which from a company standpoint are not dead bodies. Vala semi companies, keep eyes on Broadcom. What do they even look like now on a daily chart? Oh my god. How cheap do we want this company to get? Is Meta a dead body? We'll talk about that one. The answer is yes. Guys, look at Broadcom here. This is a really good business. They have a high dividend yield. They make money. They're still going to go up next year in sales too. The extent of their consumer exposure is Apple. They make some chips for the Apple iPhone. Most of their business, though, is enterprise. Specifically, their switch business, their networking business, yeah. Do I follow Fresh? No, I do not. Shh, don't talk about your cash cow in public. Yeah, I've heard the joke. Broadcom is a hedge fund masquerading as a semiconductor company. I also heard last night, and this made me laugh, Qualcomm is a law firm with a few engineers. The fact that Snapchat's going first is bullshit. But I know. What's Snapchat doing right now? Everyone seems to think Snapchat's going to beat. Whoa. Now they're down. Look at them crater. A lot of people are buying calls on Snapchat today. I don't know if that's working out well for them. How's Meta doing? Prometheum, Broadcom is ridiculously cheap. They don't even have a risk-off earnings falling sharply next year. Huge uncancelable semi-backlog and large software reoccurring revenue. Not only that, but keep this in mind. By the way, they also have a dividend, which helps. They have a huge buyback, too. The thing about Broadcom that kind of creates risk There's two things. Number one, the acquisition of VMware. They're trying to acquire VMware. That's got to be baked in at some point to their valuation. The other thing is, I'm pretty sure Broadcom has a unique leadership risk. Hock Tan is a fucking Chad. Their CEO is highly regarded, and I mean highly regarded in the normie way of saying it. Not highly regarded like you're all highly regarded. No, 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 no. I mean like really, really regarded, well regarded. People love him. He's considered a visionary in the semiconductor space. Yeah, we are all regarded. Yes, we are. He's the good form. The good form. Seeking waifu. Recall Google rocketing off poor Snap report. Even a good Snap report on ads would be positive for Google. It depends. It's nuanced, which sucks to say, but Google is the best performing advertising company. All right. It's the best performing company in that space. So the idea is that if Snap says everything's going well, Google probably goes up because everyone knows, well, Google's going to be doing well then. If Snap is down, what happened last time was, I think I actually remember Google going down because like twice in a 90-day period, in a quarter, Google lost more than Snapchat's entire market cap because of Snapchat guiding down, which was bullshit. And then Google went on to beat estimates. So it's a weird kind of situation. But if people see Snapchat do poorly, the question becomes, is it because advertising spend is down, or is it because why the fuck are people going to be using Snapchat when you can use Google and Facebook for advertising revenue? Callie Otter, I actually like this viewpoint a lot. Travel searches should be doing okay for Google based on airline numbers. Airlines have been on fire. Airline stocks have been doing very well, and all of them have beaten earnings and guided up. So yeah, that's actually why we like American Express. So yeah, travel searches should be doing okay, theoretically, yeah. Not only that, there's a weird thing that was observed last time, by the way, there was a recession. In the early phases of a recession, ad spending goes up. Companies are more willing to try shit. Advertising becomes more important when you don't have a lot of business. All right, that Whiskey Jack Black. His company is carrying around an old stock ticker. Hawk is at least a little regard. I know. I've always thought they should change their ticker. Straight Perfection. Airlines getting fucked by high gas prices. They are apparently hedging well for it. They're doing fine. See this all? Fuck the airlines. You got to put that $150 check bag fees. Yep, you're right. You're right. I will probably never in my life, for a long-term standpoint, hold airlines, in basically U.S.-based airlines. Airlines are just... How many times have we as Americans bailed them out? The answer is more than one. Oh. Fucking terrible sector. Fuck them. Shit management. Yep, Jankwalk is correct. Airlines raised prices with oil and then never reduced them. Yep. We need planes, Jay. I know. But damn, they suck. I don't need them. I don't need to invest in them. How about that? I can occasionally fly on them, but I don't need to invest in them. On the outside, why is there a pilot shortage if pilots make so much? Interesting aspect. I've heard a lot of it has to do with immigration still. You ever seen that pilots make $250K a year? I think they could. Simmons are fab. Have I heard all the buzz about Rig? Transocean fucked people over last year. Bunch of people jumped into it because they saw insider insider activity. So, hold on, guys. COVID, they gave him early retirement, and the airlines aren't as flexible with their schedules as they were. That's a good argument. Yeah. Seeking Waifu, is November 18th an important day or something? Most option activity seen happening there? Yeah, it's monthly options. So as a result, you have a lot more liquidity there. Yeah, as for Transocean or Rig, let's pull them up for a second. A lot of people jumped in because they had a huge amount of insider buying activity earlier this year. By the way, Baker Hughes reported this week and was pretty bullish. I'm not sure I like these guys. Look at their shares. Ugh. Look at this. They're growing. So yeah, I'm not inclined to like them necessarily. If you're gonna play oilfield services, I assume size matters. Straight Perfection, you're still skeptical about the college loan buybacks. What's my thought on that? I'm not opposed to it. It's short-term stimulus at best. It's short-term stimulus. I'll say an asshole comment. To me, if I had the ability to either forgive some student debt or increase social security payments for old people, I'd rather invest in youth. That's me speaking as an economist. I would rather invest and spur consumption among younger people than older people. Yeah. But yeah, if size matters, and I think it does, I would rather go with the big boys, right? Cape Cod Flats. It's been a long time, but used to work as a Transocean supplier. They were a shitty customer to deal with. Hate them, but they do print money when oil is hot. Yep. Particularly, I think oilfield services, and you help me on this one. You guys are the ones that know that shit. If you see oil production increasing in the future, and there's a lot of movement towards that being the case, a lot of estimates right now is oil production next year is higher than this year. Yeah. Under a Democrat president. Who fucking saw that one coming, huh? Yeah, with that being the case, oilfield services may be the good play, particularly if you think, okay, the price of oil is probably going to fall. If you assume that's the case, oilfield services may not care. Shut up, Lawbad. I do not get social security checks. Best of breed oilfield services is Schlumberger, SLB. Also, I've heard Halliburton is really good. Baker Hughes is supposedly number 3. Rig is small. So yeah, people are playing Rig. Good for them. I'm not fucking touching them. Again, size matters. Also, doesn't Rig or Transocean have a what's it called? A shelf offering already prepared? So theoretically, at any point, if their price rises and they need cash, can't they just issue a fuckload of stock? I don't know. I'd be worried about that. The problem is that oil field services have a super high correlation with oil and the exploring producers. So you're pretty much reliant on dividends buybacks if energy prices fall. Okay. So a company like Rig, I don't think even has they don't have a dividend, and I don't think they're in a position clearly to buy back shares. God damn. I want to go back to see. Hold on. Oh. When did Deepwater Horizon happen? Was it 2010? I assume it's this one. Chat Cat, Rig still has a lot of debt. That's what I've heard as well. For those of you that don't remember, Transocean was the company that owned the Deepwater Horizon. They were not, quote, in charge. That was BP. They were the, quote, operator. But they leased the rig. Transocean was there. Their rig went, boom. Rig is like BTU. It's a shitco, but if oil prices stay above 100, it can be a multi-bagger. Sounds about right. Deepwater was not cheap. No, it wasn't. And yet, Deepwater Horizon, that's this one, right? That's this drop. I think this is the global financial crisis, which tells you something. The global financial crisis was twice as expensive as Deepwater Horizon was to them. Keep in mind, most of the liability belonged to BP. So I think early on, people knew that like Transocean wasn't going to be the big dogs to get kicked. 18 wheels on a big rig. God, have you guys seen that Marky Mark movie? Mark Wahlberg movie, Deepwater Horizon? I actually liked it. Deepwater Horizon would be terrifying as fuck. If you guys want to know like what would scare the shit out of me, what scares the shit out of me would be being on an oil field, like an oil platform, and a disaster happens. Like there's no good outcome. Very few good outcomes, shall we say. Spencer, does Iran make good drones? Not really. Not really. Lots of reports of Russia operating Iranian drones. Yep, we followed that pretty closely. Yeah, put it this way. If Russia was buying Turkish drones, I'd be worried. Also, if they were buying specifically Chinese drones, I'd be worried as well. We've seen Boogie Nights. Love that movie. Thig, how do I feel about lettuce winning today? Fuck it. What a fucking clown show that is. My God. Iran kamikaze drones. C-Dizzle, don't make the comment I think you and I are both thinking. Fuck it, I'll say it. For those of you that don't know, the first known usage of true, like, suicide bombers, it's up in the air. It's either Tamil Tigers and Tamil, their insurgency, or it was Hezbollah, backed by Iran. So the idea that Iran creating a suicide drone when they may be considered doing suicide bombing, interesting. Hey, Jerk Me Off 69, how you doing? The Iran drones are really more like $20,000 slow cruise missiles. Yep. UK politics is what people thought the Trump administration would be. Oh, God. The Trump administration, though, was a disaster. Just on the optics side. There was actually some pretty good policy that happened. No one talks about it, though. Tends to get overwhelmed by all the shit policy. Spy is dead as a dodo? Yeah. Harker killed it. Harker killed it. Fed's Harker. Inflation's expected to fall to around 4% next year and 2.5% by 2024. All right. AT&T CEO, we're investing at record levels to enhance our 5G and fiber connectivity. Broadcom, Qualcomm, Marvell. Who else? Spencer, Jay, as a horror connoisseur, what's a good scary movie for Halloween time? Halloween. The OG original is a really good one. Alternatively, Babadook. Some say US Steel is doing well because of Trump. Hey, he helped. He absolutely helped. He was good for the steel industry. He absolutely was. His trade protectionism saved it. Yeah. Babadook, not Nuke. Duke. Babadook. Yeah. Yeah, but it's spelled here. Yeah, it's the. You love Jason over Freddy as a kid because Jason movies showed more boobs. Yep. The Friday the 13th movies, Spencer, this will fuck with you. I like the Friday the 13th movies. As crazy as this sounds, the reboot for Friday the 13th was really good. Serious, I'm not fucking running from that. I know this is not a popular statement. The reboot of Friday the 13th was not a bad movie. Piranha 3D is excellent. The Piranha movies are excellent. Spencer, you've almost never watched any horror movies? Yeah. It Follows, yeah. That's a parallel for STDs, by the way. You watched the Blair Witch Chronicles? Interesting. If you're ever gonna watch if you ever want to get your wife into watching the Friday the 13th, this is gonna sound also crazy. Start with part 6. Start with part 6. DV asks, did I watch the recent Hellraiser? Pretty good take compared to the rest? Yes! I actually liked it. I liked it. I thought it was a pretty cool movie. You never made the STD connection? That makes it so much sense? Yeah, it does. When you actually know that. Tucci, give me 1 second. Hold on for a second. Let me. All right, folks, be right back in 1 minute. Then I'm going to answer Suchi's question about horror movies because I have an important observation there. All right, folks, I'm back. All right. Suchi asks me put the spy for a second because it's whoa, what the fuck? Big volume just happened on spy. Is that you guys seeing that too? Anyway, while the spy's being boring, Suchi, my friend, here's the deal about horror movies and why you watch them. Okay, first of all, a lot of horror movies had its kind of like start back in the 70s, 80s. Think of horror movies as society kind of judging like culture of the day. So when you looked at a lot of like early horror movies, look what ends up happening. You have, you know, a lot of punishment towards promiscuity, drug use, etc. That tends to be societal views. So like oftentimes all the bad people get punished. Yeah, slutty girls get killed. The druggies, the people drinking, they're the ones that get murdered. You know? But meanwhile, those who do everything right. Because also notice something. A lot of the horror movies, like why is Friday the 13th? Why is it at a camp? Because there's less adults. You take kids away from adults. So you almost have to look at it like shaping the culture around it. Both shaping the culture and being shaped by the culture around it. That's why I can't stand the fact that all the torture porn movies, like Hostel, I think did so much damage to horror. I just think it was terrible, terrible creation. Rad Reptile. No film will ever beat Cabin in the Woods for horror. I don't consider it a horror movie, but I love that movie. Cabin in the Woods, if you haven't seen it, is great. DV, oh my god. Invisible Man is exceptional. The new one is good. The new one is extremely good. So yeah, Suchi, that's the thing about horror movies. First of all, why would you watch it if it's just going to make you afraid? It's endorphins. It's endorphins. It's great. Like, that's what you do for it. Like, you want that a little bit of a fear, a feeling of fear, It raises your blood pressure in a good way. Hostel is to backpacking what Jaws was to swimming in the ocean. I like that. Jaws is a great horror movie. Great horror movie. Bible of Agnostic Kids. That's a hell of a way to put it. But yeah. I mean, has anybody seen the newest Halloween? I did not like it that much. I've been thinking about it more and more. And I think the reason I didn't like it is because it was the final one. If they had done that as the second one, I think it would have been better received. Like, basically, had they switched the second movie and third movie, I think it would have gone better. Is The Sixth Sense considered a horror movie? That's a good question. I don't know. Soaring Kiwi knows what's up. Yep. Without exposing yourself to fear, you lose appreciation for calm. Sixth Sense is suspense thriller. Yep. You just watch how close you are to a margin call to get scared. Ouch. No, Black Raven, I haven't. I've not seen the trailer for 1899. Signs review. Oh, Signs is terrible, apparently. Only movie that you've seen close to horror is Prometheus, Covenant, and the Alien franchise. Oh, man. Suchi, I tell you what, my friend. First of all, the original Alien is a great horror movie. The original Alien is absolutely a horror movie. It's Jaws in space. All right? Go watch Event Horizon. It's a science one again. That's also a horror movie. Smile, I did not like. Sponsored by Coors. What do I see happening with the spy the next 2 days? No fucking clue. I mean, we're in the midst of OPEX. And guys, what's Max Payne looking like here? What's the gamma looking like for tomorrow? Chernobyl, 100%. Yeah. I've not talked about Tesla yet. After I eat, I'll talk about Tesla. No, Reyna, but I should get myself a beer. DV, I did watch Black Foam. I liked Black Foam better than Smile. I like Black Foam better than Smile. The VIX is too elevated for Max Payne to work on the ETF. Interesting. What a boring day. That being said, it's 373. Got it. So still has some room to grow. Rather Reptile. Without spoilers, what's wrong with Smile? It looks interesting. Very predictable. Very predictable. Put it this way. Long black phone, short Smile. Does that make sense? I mean, Smile is a very predictable movie. Not a big fan of it in that case. Also, the ending sucks. It will annoy you. It will bug you. Hmm. I was drink early. Mm-hmm. Soaring Kiwi, I use steel case and I love it. Yeah, Black Phone was a good movie. God bless Japan. Japan's top currency diplomat, Kanda. We will not comment on whether we are intervening now or have intervened today, which, by the way, is smart for them. What for lunch? Pastrami sandwiches. Pastrami sandwich. Mm-hmm. All right. Dollars rising. Dollars rising. What about Cubano? Cubano's good. Reina Piggy, no crunching noises. Remember, NVIDIA. I run NVIDIA broadcast. And if you use the filter for background noise reduction, technology. Yep. This is what it sounds like with noise removal off. You can hear fans. You can hear mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Do not underappreciate NVIDIA software. Basically, the 3070, the RTX 3070 card that I got for streaming, they run AI through that card to basically reduce background sounds. It also handles my green screen. Clap now. Twitch stream. Did I see their in-car software? Polestar 3 has it. Sounds about right. Yep. 3070 gang, rise up. Absolutely. It's wonderful. A100 or bust. No shit. Art gang, where you at? Sagana, you dick. Am I drinking a beer? Yes, I am. Any earnings tonight? Let's show them. Let's pull them up. Tonight, not so much. Tomorrow morning, yes. The one I want to play is Whirlpool, potentially is Whirlpool Puts. Haven't done it yet. I'm playing American Express tomorrow morning. Other than that, I mean, AT&T beat, so should Verizon beat? I don't know. HCA is a weird one, by the way. HCA, by the way, could be an interesting one. What are they looking like? Looks like the SPY is definitely below 366. Dollar keeps going up. There, I bought some SPY 360 puts, 1 DTE. Small amount. Just want to see what happens. Hey, Bruce Gold, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciated. Where's this one priced? They've been going up recently, so. I assume HCA will do well. This is medical care facilities. Kinlar, no, unfortunately, I do not know anyone with Subway Corporate. Soaring Kiwi, any thoughts on UK turnaround with Trusty the Bussy gone? I have no clue. I've seen an interesting observation, which is now that she's gone, it's a belief that the market will determine fiscal policy and not the politicians. I don't know how true that is, but it should basically, it should remove the UK from being front and center. Always worth asking. Depends who replaces her. Does it? Does it really? It's what? Either Sunil Sunak or Boris Johnson? And in all likelihood, it's Boris Johnson. Hey, jet ski, am I buying this dip today? Not yet. I did buy Apple calls, though. Apple calls is what I will buy. I think next week when Apple reports earnings, a lot of people are going to be cut off sides. Apple's going to beat. Jetski, did I notice Elon mention the Fed and Tesla's? No, because of all the other fraud I've seen. Reddit swap, Apple beat will boost semis. It may boost the entire market because of Apple being Apple. Apple should be boosting TSMC, but the market doesn't work like that. Put it this way, if Apple beats, I think the very likelihood is they push the whole market up. Since Apple is the biggest company, they have a lot of, quote, consumer sentiment exposure. And so this will remind people waiting for like, oh, weak consumers. Just wait. Consumers will get weak one of these days. It's not now. Not at 3.5% unemployment. Not when they still have stimmy data or stimmy balances. Nope. Not with wages doing what they are. U.S. consumers are still fine. Elon said Tesla. Oh, God. Suchi, good news. Apple does not release Outlook. Yeah, Apple doesn't do guidance. Why Twitter isn't at 54.20? I don't know. Makes no fucking sense. This is a pretty large premium being essentially being discounted because Elon's Elon. Take out Yapper. What do you think about Verizon calls tomorrow? I don't know. AT&T beat. So, like, does Verizon also beat? I don't know. Jetski, this is a good question. Elon apparently said the Fed has been raising rates too significantly and will soon come to the realization and enact more cuts. He thinks we're beyond terminal rate right now. Ooh. That's ballsy. Interesting. Part of it, I don't want to discount too much. Let's talk about Tesla, guys. It's time to talk about Tesla. It's time. All right. Terminal rate is essentially the final rate. You think the Fed is trolling us now? I agree. All right. My expiry on my Apple calls, it's November 18th. So because earnings is next week, I have a pretty significant amount of time. So I went further out so that theta doesn't completely destroy me. All right, here's why the $150 strike, because it was cheap. That's why. I don't think it'll hit 150, by the way. I do think it's going to go lower than I do think it's going to go lower than 200. So the 150 was just in case he got badly front ran early. That's all. So here we go. Jetski, first of all, I think there's a more interesting observation, which is right now, like the Fed funds rate market, or the bond market, has terminal rate over 5%, which is more aggressive than the Fed is, which is why I made the comment earlier. I'm starting to think the next FOMC, if nothing substantially changes before then, if anything, almost has more room for bullish upside, simply because right now the market's more aggressive than even the more aggressive Fed we've seen recently. Anyway, Tesla. Here we go. I want to show you guys something. This is their balance sheet. All right. You're probably not going to be able to see it very well. This looks like shit. Trust me on this one. How about this, okay? Here's what matters. Here's what matters. All right. The story behind Tesla is pretty simple. Free cash flow basically jumped by about, like this last quarter, about $2 billion, okay? That's a good amount. That's a good amount, right? They increased cash flow this quarter to $3 billion. Now, me being a former accounting student, one thing that I find interesting is the accounts payable line on their balance sheet. Accounts payable, last year at this time, that number was $8.2 billion. Let's check. Accounts payable is the opposite of accounts receivable. So for a company like Tesla, Tesla sells you a car, okay? You pay a certain amount, you owe a certain additional amount. That is accounts receivable. Money they expect coming into them. That's an asset. All right? Accounts payable is the opposite. It's what they owe their suppliers. All right? So if you are a provider of dumpsters, this is a true story, and Elon's not paying you, at least not up front, that turns into an account payable. Anyway, glad we had that chat. Back to this. Accounts payable, this same time period last year, $8.2 billion. Accounts payable, last quarter, $11.2 billion. Accounts payable, this quarter, $13.897 billion. They jumped their free cash flow by $3 billion. They boosted their accounts payable by just under $3 billion. It's easy to show free cash flow when you are not paying your fucking bills. Chat cat, do I get a toaster now? In the bathtub. Yeah, not suspicious. That's the thing, guys. I want to be clear. If you are a Tesla fan, okay, I want to point this out to you. All right? I actually think their earnings results in terms of they missed demand by a little bit. They're growing close to 50%. And I don't think it's all fucking fraud, okay? I don't think it's all fraud. That, what I just pointed out to you, curious, but okay, fine. All right? I truly believe Tesla had a good quarter. They undershot expectations. It's an expensive stock. They deserve to be down. The main reason I have puts on Tesla is because Elon has to sell fucking stock. It's really fucking simple. That being said, man, I don't like this. All right? You increase your free cash flow to $3 billion, and about $2.8 billion is the increase in your accounts payable. I don't fucking like it. All right? And I heard Elon on the earnings call. Okay, he thinks Tesla can be bigger than Saudi Aramco and Apple. Do you know who would never make a fucking statement like that? Steve Jobs of Apple. No. All right? At a certain point, as crazy as this sounds, I've worked corporate America. I've been around CEOs. Not a lot. I will tell you right now, I never saw my former CEOs talking shit about stock prices. Never. They talk about the business. Now, Elon on an earnings call talking about a stock price is a dead fucking giveaway to me. I don't want to hear CEOs talk about stock prices, because if you do your fucking job and increase the value of the business and cash flows, your stock price should speak for you. The fact that Elon needs to sell in order to acquire Twitter, which is going to fucking happen, combined with the fact that he starts talking about the stock price to me, real bad signs. Real bad signs. Put it this way. Last night during the earnings call, do you know what stock pumped? Twitter, as it should. And again, long term, guys, I like the Tesla business. All right? I really do. I follow semiconductors. During the entire semiconductor shortage, which fucked over all the automotive companies, Tesla was the least impacted because they have these things called engineers that they put to work to redesign their system, to basically consolidate functions into microprocessors, to cover the fact that microcontrollers, the cheaper versions, you couldn't get. That's the good type of strategic shit I like. The problem with Tesla is this. Look what you're buying it at price-wise. All right? No, make sure you can see it. Still probably can't see it, but their forward PE right now is 38. You fast forward 5 years from now, Tesla has more competition in EVs. They even have more competition in self-driving. I will go back to the comparison point. Tesla versus NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA's future more than Tesla based on competition. Not talking about GPUs. No, you don't buy NVIDIA because of home gaming. Okay, you buy it for data center. You buy it for AI, particularly when they rotate into AI as a service. Who's their competition? The future will probably be Google, maybe Amazon, very likely Microsoft. Who is Tesla competing against? Volkswagen, Stellantis, Ford, GM, all the Chinese EV makers, Lucid, etc. Raising Keynes makes the point. People need to divorce Tesla, the business, from Tesla, the stock. The company can be good, great even, but the stock is priced for absolute perfection. I fucking love that. That's true. That's true. Behood, what happens when BMW, Mercedes, and Audi finally get their premium EVs going to compete? Actually, I have the answer to this. I have the answer to this, by the way. All right? This is cool. Do you know what happens? You're seeing a shift now. When they were talking last night, when Elon was talking, they have a new platform coming out. Elon, I think this is smart, is going to push for the cheaper segment of EVs. I think that's a brilliant call. The problem is right now, part of the premium you get for Tesla, their gross margins are 27%. That's really good. Okay? For the automotive sector, that is fucking... That's dumpstering on GM, Stellantis, all of them, okay? Tesla has great margins. When competition picks up, they're not going to keep those margins. They're going to compress. So, yeah. By the way, Milwaukee Blizzard, thank you for the 100 bits. Out of my gourd, thank you for the 100 bits. Greatly appreciated. Jetski, what's your previous comment? Hold on. We haven't had a higher high on bonds since the 80s. If you reference the chart linked here, you'll notice rates are double topping. This is either the point at which the bond market breaks or the Fed pivots. Elon is under the impression they pivot, but not before a higher pivot on a higher high on bond rates, which could break something and force them to flip to an accommodative position. See what you mean. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know if I'm smart enough to have a viewpoint directly on this one. Here's the thing. I'm going to take the Fed at its word. All right. Where they say they're going to raise rates, I think they are. And I think the market's already priced it. In fact, I think the market's been more aggressive, particularly that we now know terminal rates over 5%, and I haven't seen the Fed talk about that. You know, now when you got yesterday Kashkari and Bullard all of a sudden sounding pretty dovish, and you've had previous leaders, Meester and Evans, calling out like the two-sided risks now, acknowledging there is a risk to over-tightening, I think we're closer to the end of the raising cycle. I just don't think we necessarily cut. I think Elon being under the impression they cut mainly has to do with what we're observing basically to the, what's it called? For what we're observing overseas. I think the interesting implications of higher interest rates for the U.S. dollar, or rather the U.S. economy, and what it does to the U.S. dollar, I think that's creating some havoc with some of our partners overseas. So yeah, I still think I still think the Fed funds rate's going higher. I don't know what bond yields do. How much of bond yield moves is down to liquidity or lack thereof versus an actual link to the Fed funds rate. That's what I'd say. And I'm probably not smart enough to be the person talking about this. It's a good argument though. Reddit Swap. Thank you for the sub. 9 months. It took you 9 months to stop fighting the Fed. The real pain has not even started. Really? Depends on where you're from. Jet Ski, Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson. Very notable bear, by the way. Very, very, but a balanced one. He's not a perma bear. He is what we call a tactical bearish, which I have a tremendous amount of respect for. Suggested an interview last week that we would already be at a terminal rate if not for geopolitical tensions. I agree. I 100% agree. Literally, the Fed would have looked like fucking geniuses if the Russia invasion didn't happen and China didn't go through lockdowns again. They would have looked like fucking geniuses. Because all of a sudden, they'd start hiking rates because we should. We should. And at the same time, we would have seen inflation go down. We wouldn't have had that second dip. So, yeah. Hey, Fellhawk, thank you for the sub. Thank you for sharing your insight. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for joining me. It's fun to talk about this shit. It's a lot more fun to talk about this shit than go work in corporate America, Ken. I'll say that much. Core inflation would have still stayed high. Correct. But there would have been a path to seeing it glide down. Basically, everyone knows the Fed says inflation's too damn high. No one's ever heard the Fed say by when they want to see it go down. We're going to have higher inflation for a longer period of time, but it's going to be decreasing, and that's the goal. B-Hood, we know the bear market is fully in when Jay stops streaming. Wrong! That's my autism coming into play. My logic of getting into streaming and sticking with it during this time period is the bear market's going to chase out my competition. The bear market will make the other people who stream not want to stream so I can attract more eyeballs. Remember, my strategy eventually is to pivot to cover more on the news, politics particularly. I want to be the person you guys can go to when the debates are on so we can stream it, talk shit, and laugh. Where it's a place where you can go to engage with politics but not get outraged. That's the goal. If the Russia war didn't happen, we would be at 2% less year-over-year headline inflation. I don't know if I believe that, Suchi. We did have a legitimate issue on inflation. We did. So Jay wants to be Hassan? No. I want to be a little bit more centrist than he is. I need to hire some background strippers. Keep this in mind. I am big on inclusivity. I am very big on diversity. If I hire strippers, they will be dudes and women. I'll have one with a bullet hole in them. They may not all have the same amount of teeth. I want to be inclusive. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming. Need Jay to replace Amaranth in the hot tub. By the way, she's taking a break from streaming. Good for her. She was streaming like a few days ago, like She covered up the girls, and she looked happy, like as happy as can be. So good for her. Raising Keens, what's stopping you now? You need to build a bigger audience before a bunch of them get offended by politics? Yes. Yes. That's 100% there. Jay causing global financial crisis for viewers confirmed. Giggity. Jay's chat will become the battlefield. Yep. Luigi, that's why you're here. Fair enough. How many genders of strippers do you want? All of them. I don't know how many genders there are, but damn it. We're going to find out together, right? Isn't that the way to do it? Rather reptile. Honestly, Jay, the second you go politics, 90% of your chat shifts. I think, I'm not going to say 90%. That is a concern I have. Yeah, let's hope she did that break vault. Yeah, like, for real? Her husband's a her husband's a dipshit. I'll say it. Fuck it. By the way, apparently he's really into stocks and trading and crypto and shit like that. Just in case you're, like, watching this, dude, what the fuck? Worst move of your life. Like, yeah, I'm gonna say it. What the fuck? Get an interview with Rick CEO? Absolutely. You think she's sticking with them, unfortunately? Yeah. Ugh. What a piece of shit that guy is. We're not going to talk too much about it, guys. You have to look at the stories yourself, but... Yes, he was threatening to YOLO all her money on FDs, yeah. Yeah, Tommy Hayes, I've seen that expression. Ramen never dies. They're currently down. Ooh, 30%. Not good. Pretty sure her husband is Andrew Tate. Heh. Bruce Gold, any thoughts going more into focusing on financial regulation policy? I like talking about policy in general. Policy in general. Like, too much of politics becomes about personality, and that's what sucks. Put it this way, if you can't name something like President Trump or President Obama or President Bush has done that's both positive and then something else that's negative, like, you shouldn't be talking about politics. Yeah, Tommy Hayes, that's one of the interesting aspects about it is, like, because of, like, the voyeuristic association with streaming is you almost never know what gets done for, like for real versus what gets done to just attract people. And that's something that's pretty, like, pretty annoying. Name something good, trusted. Resign. She lost to the lettuce. It's a spy moving up. Yes, it is. All right, I'm going to close out my spy puts. Took an 8% loss. That's fine. Remember, I'm playing with house money today. We didn't call it out earlier. Remember those valet calls that I regretted buying last night? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, sold those for 70%. That fucking worked out well. Raising Keens, I should just get way too into the politics of some random tiny nation where you don't have any audience. I think that'd be a good compromise. Fuck that. I'll go, like, I'd love to, like, do, like, Indian politics. They're fucking, like, that's very vibrant democratic scene, shall we say. Yeah, Jankwalk, thank you for the unusual option call on valet. Oh, sorry. That was on you. Yuiji, I'm sorry, I didn't see your question. What was, let me look back up. Do I have a favorite cybersecurity stock? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm a size queen. I'm a size queen. Palo Alto Networks. God, why? I mean, Their earnings, yeah, their earnings, by the way, I checked it this morning. Yeah, their earnings are not till the middle of October. Sorry, middle of November. The reason I like Palo Alto, A, size matters. B, they actually have a forward PE. This company is already making money. This is considered a leader. Palo Alto is the one that I would like the best. By the way, Splunk is getting a lot of positive attention in the last week. Cybersecurity, if we make it past this week, if the world calms the fuck down about macro, and if you have reasons to believe you're anywhere close to a bottom, and that all of a sudden the Fed's not an enemy, this is where you jump in. All right? Cybersecurity, it's going to have expensive valuations, but it's good. Snow now has a forward PE. Does it really? Snowflake is a really good company, guys. All right, I'm sorry. When I said it has a PE, I meant less than 100. Shit, less than 50. FinDivvy, I'm seeing 392. Yeah, it's a PE, but like, really? Yeah, Snowflake's still building out their business. Jay Skelling, can you come on as a guest of honor for Indian politics? Absolutely. Guys, this is not me pandering to my base. I will fucking promise you right now, though. One thing that I actually legitimately miss about working corporate, all the Indian coworkers I've worked with, they were so fucking cool. Yeah. Fig, you are pretty sure there are people who like gold who aren't delusional, but your survey of online spaces has led you to conclude that gold silver bugs are the boomer versions of crypto meme tape. Yes. S-Rule says, is Snowflake that good? You find they are just marketing. AWS, Google, etc. offer the same stuff. The problem is the solutions between AWS and Google. Let me give you the case from like a business user from a corporate standpoint. All right. If I use Snowflake, then any day in the future, I can walk away from AWS, I can walk away from Google, I can walk away from Azure, theoretically, and keep my entire data structures and my databases like up and running. They can migrate to them. Snowflake gives you the ability to be almost agnostic in terms of, now I know they have some, like, I think like they're only new coming up on, I think, Google, but that's the value proposition. Compare that to 5 years ago when I was corporate working on these big capital projects. We were looking at S4HANA from SAP. And you pay that up front, holy shit, you are stuck with SAP forever. Migrating your data out of that, fuck no. Snowflake to me exists mainly because fuck SAP, right? So yeah, Snowflake, that's at least my interpretation. Some of you guys work, by the way, in big data. You'll correct me where I'm wrong. But I kind of like, I like that aspect to it. All right. You use SAP at your manufacturing job. Bless you, sir. Hate SAP. Hate it. I used to install SuccessFactors platforms at companies I would work for. And SuccessFactors is a cloud, basically a cloud HR human capital management system stapled on through SAP, owned by SAP. And the fact that at its basic functionality, it was very incompatible with SAP tells you something right there. All right. I'm telling you guys, don't buy software from Germans. This big German company, SAP, don't fucking do it. German engineering, not German software engineering. Yeah. And if you're offended that I would say that, I will accept your apologies below. It's okay. I know you're not Canadian. They will always apologize. Canadians, if you want to apologize on behalf of Germans, I'll accept it right now. But if you use Google Cloud for MySQL databases, cloud storage, AI, etc., then it makes BigQuery so much easier that you use that than having another service like Snowflake. S-Roll, you're correct. But look at all those services that got bundled. Now all of a sudden you lost the quote optionality, the ability to walk away. That's why being cloud agnostic is a value case for big businesses. All right. So if we're going to sit there and run, you know, like 30 million something, you know, record like customer, you know, customer databases, maybe we want the ability to port it back and forth between vendors. Go. Go Revs. I'm not going to say that, but that's fucking funny. Success factors is the least bad part of SAP, mostly because it doesn't work well with the rest of SAP. It's not mine. Was in a conference call day. Did I get into my Tesla puts? Yes, and they're still down. And go back up to what Jetsky was saying. 10-year note bond yields are giving us a sage signal today. As represented in the picture below, textbook bearish divergence, blah, blah. Divergence suggests momentum on this upside move is waning. We could be revisiting the gap down as shown, which would take some pressures off. Yep, agreed. By the way, I'm going to go back to the statement that was... Garfo says, how effective can TA be when you have unprecedented macro like Bank of Japan and quantitative? Yeah, that's the one thing. Like, are you essentially using TA to predict like some of these actions of these other actors? It's a good point, though. Natively, by the way, Jetski, I kind of agree. I think at a certain point, sage signal is a term to mean like, I assume it references the quote burning sage. So it's like ghost speaking to you. It's an expression, I believe, that means like it's a signal, basically. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Let's go back to SPY. Oh, looks like I jumped out of my puts too quickly. By the way, Jetski, one thing I'm going to correct you on is the 80% of trading is done by algorithms. I don't think people understand what that means. I will point out like a lot of the high frequency trading, that's obviously all algorithms. But more importantly, so is like stop losses. Like, so automated buy and sell orders put on by retail people. That's also algorithms. I think big flow matters, put it that way. Don't think it's the same thing when people say 80% algorithms. Yeah, not all of it's attached to the TA, though. What Kano calls am I holding? I had the December $5 calls. Yep, Harambe Never Dies, got it. Sultan, how do I feel about American Express going to their earnings? I actually have calls. We'll see if I regret that. I have some calls on American Express. I'm going to play them for tomorrow. Uji, what's my streaming schedule? Usually about 12:30 on to like 4:30 on trading days. Sometimes I go a bit longer, particularly when there's earnings. Sometimes I even start earlier. Corinthian, you think 4.5% is close to a top on the 10-year yield? That would be close to terminal Fed funds rate? I would agree. Whoa, Garfo. Old University of Chicago economic principle is 10-year and nominal GDP will always converge. Right now, they're a way out. And you think the 10-year comes, okay, more up versus the other way down. Interesting. First of all, I love it. I don't know. And the main reason why is because our nominal GDP rate is ridiculous. Nominal GDP chained. Okay, just nominal GDP. Where the hell? Yeah, nominal gross domestic. Yeah, look at this. Oh, I love this chart. This chart. Let's see if you guys can see it. All right, a little bigger. This is the most important chart I think people need to understand. This is nominal GDP. You don't see a lot of people talk about nominal GDP, okay? You don't. You don't. Chad, I jumped out of the MPC puts at about like 18 to 20% loss. Just like, fuck it. I was hoping we get an announcement of a any kind of export ban. Didn't happen. Wasn't going to wait around. Sultan, why does it match SPY exactly? It doesn't. Believe it or not, it doesn't. Kinda. Somewhat. But it shouldn't. And let me tell you why. Nominal GDP is, okay, the gross domestic product for the United States in chain dollars. Kind of cool. Here's what's important, though. When you look at something like this, Turkey McNugget, hold that thought. I'll shit on that in a second, and I will shit on it. Actually, Turkey McNugget, go ahead and link me the post so I can go to it, and then I'll shit on it. Anyway, what you are observing here is the GDP if you do not take into account inflation. All right? What's important here is look at the significant drop that we essentially saw through COVID, and then everything else has been rebounding. It's not a shocker. Inflation also rebounds pretty high. All right? But right now, our nominal GDP is close to 9%. Prometheum's calling that out. Okay, nominal GDP is like 9%. Basically, if you think the 10-year is going to be closer to matching it, the 10 years at what? 4.5? Let's give it credit and say 5. Do you think the 10 years is going to go to 7%? Because that's a lot more aggressive than any bear I've seen, any fiscal hawk, any Fed hawk has ever been. Usually, our nominal GDP is about 4%. Inflation's about 2%. Real GDP is about 2%. That's what the US does. Windmaster, shut the fuck up. Jay, I thought EPS was measured in real terms. Nope, GDP is always in nominal terms. By the way, this is the Andy Constant argument as to why people should not just be waiting for earnings to, quote, tank. Earnings are based on nominal GDP, not real GDP. You never hear the term, oh, but if you inflation adjust. And here's why. All right? Here's why you don't talk about inflation adjusted earnings. Because some companies do better in inflationary time periods because they are substitutions. I.e., no one makes you go buy Lululemon. You can buy Nike. You can buy Champion. You can go to Walmart. That's why you should not look at earnings as, quote, inflation adjusted. So the nominal argument I actually really like. I find it very interesting. But I hope when you guys look at something like this, look at the stability of this line. Look at what happened. I was going to say no one. Not nearly enough people appreciate how fucked up. CM Bird, if we smooth out that dip for 2021, does our current... That's a good question. I don't know. And then if I'm drawing, we're probably still overshooting it a bit. And that's where the inflationary aspect comes in. Remember, guys, nominal GDP should theoretically push inflation rate, i.e. in higher than average time periods of nominal inflation or nominal GDP, you're going to see higher periods of inflation. That's why when the Fed talks about slowing down the economy, they're talking about slowing down the nominal rate so the inflation rate goes down. Welcome to my TED Talk. All right, where's that post we're going to shit on? Savings rate. I already know what it looks like in my head. And I didn't see the post last night, so. Was it a comment or was it a an actual post? I'm almost certain I can go and just click in savings rate, and I will see it as well. Where's the chart? Here we go. Yeah. This is a good visualization, by the way. Look at this. This is the argument. Anyone saying, "Oh my God, inflation savings rate has been going down." Yeah, compare. Look at the excess savings. All right, when savings rate went up and people couldn't spend, the area of this shaded part between 2020 and 2021. Now people are, quote, under saving because they're burning off their savings, their excess. Is the area underneath this shaded area larger than this one? That's a good mathematical question. Broken stomachs, do those peaks match up with stimulus checks? Believe it or not, yeah. A good portion of it does. Yeah. This is the combination of three things. Number one, higher wages during COVID time periods. Number two, absolutely stimulus. And number three, suppressed spending. Suppressed spending. You couldn't fly to Las Vegas to go eat avocado ass and bang whores. You couldn't. I tried. You couldn't. It was all closed down. You could buy couches. You could buy GPUs. You could spend more and buy tablets. You couldn't buy those experiences. And you were all robbed. You were all robbed. You couldn't. That's the bigger deal. We got shut off from a lot of services spending. Avocado ass sounds filthy. My friend, you are not welcome here. You couldn't hit them up on Zoom. It's not the same. Spies trying to fuck. And guys, it's time. It's time to bet channel points. That's right. Lil H, shut up. All right, wasting a good avocado. Someone else point out, by the way, Philly, they were giving out avocados because they have a glut of avocados. All right. What's our pivot point today? 366. 366, my friends. Start the prediction. You have 2 minutes to bet. Do we end today above or below 366? All right, you have 2 minutes. Get your votes in. Go. If you cannot see the poll, please refresh. Do we get the power or do we get the sour? You always sprinkle some everything bagel seasoning on your avocado ass. Good man. You're all in on the power. I respect it. What happens, my friends? Ah, Apple. I am so disappointed in you. Go back up. And Qualcomm's negative. No. That's what I got. Yep. Someone else mentioned that before also. How often my poll aligns with reality. Yeah. Be some good analytics to be done on that. You have zero risk management when it comes to channel points, which makes sense. Daddy Long calls. You like my avocado ass with an over easy egg? Yeah. Is Penny Ether here? Let me check the list. He's on lists. Nope. I don't see him. You go all in, all day, every day. That's the way to be. Look at Tesla. Oh. By the way, I am anticipating tonight you get an 8, was it? Is it 8K or 8Q? Whatever the name of the filing is that indicates Elon has to sell some stock. The belief is he has not sold shit today. That comes starting tomorrow. 10Q, thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. A better bet would be how hard everyone is getting fucked by Snap today. Careful. Careful. Remember, last earnings or the earnings before then, Snapchat guided up and then 30 days later guided down. In between those two events, though, their management sold off a bunch of stock. So that is a completely untrustworthy company. Board XUX. If it comes out tomorrow, he'd have sold Wednesday today. He couldn't sell Wednesday because that was the earnings day. He was restricted through blackout period. Emonzik, I know there's zero expectations for Snap, but that stock is such a dumpster fire. I'll go one step further. That company is a bit of a dumpster fire. Revlon halted. Are they finally going bankrupt? Are they finally going to die, Ghost? Oh. First of all, we talked about this yesterday. Olaplex. Holy shit, they were up. Oh, they were doing so well. This company rebounded strong today. All right, so Revlon is halted, huh? What's the news? Aren't these fuckers bankrupt? What's Ulta doing today? Ulta, to me, like, yeah. I want to like Ulta. I really do. All right, guys, keep your eyes on Revlon. What the fuck's going on there? Also, for options activity, keep eyes on Facebook. Meta. L'Oreal just reported very good earnings. Is that why Revlon's halted? T1 halt news pending. Has anyone got the L'Oreal news? I like how you actually spelt it correctly. Damn it, chat cat. The fuck? Damn it. What's their stock? If L'Oreal's already, like, did they report? Are they pre-report? I don't even know. What the fuck's their stock? LRLCY. Okay, thank you. LRLCY. L'Oreal sales surge in third quarter as beauty. Stun Burrito, are you around? I need you. Yeah, Stun Burrito's around. Mom Burrito. By the way, to be fair, I don't want to call her out alone. Any other women in chat, us gentlemen respectfully need your viewpoint. My question to ask, hey, baby. Sorry, I want to be respectful. Hello, my friend. L'Oreal, apparently beauty sales are surging. By the way, earlier on, Olaplex was up 6%. They're down now. But yeah, apparently playing the bounce would have worked out well. Here's the question. It's back to the question of yesterday. Ulta. Should we really be looking at Ulta here? L'Oreal versus Ulta. Where are you likely to buy the stuff that makes you even more beautiful? Lil H, you're a queen. All right. What makeup do you wear? Sales surge due to cheaper cosmetics gaining ground. The value side, interesting. Does Ulta have a presence on the cheaper side, or is it all premium? L'Oreal sold at Target. Got it. I think Ulta. I don't know. Do they have their own brands? Let me see. I know they have their own like. All right, let's see. Ulta isn't premium, it's mid-tier. You're mid-tier. Yeah. You shop at Sephora, got it. Ghost, Nutanix, big pop with volume. Mate, that might be acquisition announcement. This might be an acquisition announcement. Check the news. Apparently, Elf is most popular teams. Interesting. You shop Ulta because it's closer to your house. Got it. Someone bought a lot of calls on Nutanix. Yeah, Nutanix supposedly they've been supposedly like I don't know if they've been approached or management talked about it, but acquisition's possible. You buy your stuff at Ulta. Your daughter stands Ulta too. She's 14. Respectfully speaking, Stunt Burrito, I think your daughter's viewpoint's very important. So if that's what she's excellent. So thank you for your viewpoint. Yeah. I think Ulta's probably at some point going to be one of them stocks we have to jump into. It's not mine. Did you miss my Tesla position? Probably. I've not bought new puts, and I'm going to. But I currently have the $150 November 18th. Don't buy those. Be a little bit more. Be a little. Shall we say a little bit less aggressive? Sephora is like Olaplex, too high end of the problem there. Got it. Makes sense. By the way, I don't know if you guys are aware, but during like COVID immediately, like Ulta shut down a lot of their own retail locations. They doubled down on their partnership with Target. It was very smart. They did very smart moves. So yeah. Guys, this feels like something weird. With a volume. Nutanix is a data center company that has attracted interest supposedly for acquisitions. They've been an acquisition target. So any pop on this company is interesting. Anybody looking for a play like Twitter, buy shares and just hold them for a long time. Sell to who? I don't know. I don't think they announced a buyer yet. Whiskey Jack Black, what call date strike? What, you talking about AXPs or what? I have the October 28th 148s. So many scam pump algos running. Gamble. Isn't Revlon bankrupt? See, Dizzle, my whole. First of all, yeah, I think it is. But like, that matters, right? Isn't that bullish? The shorts, see, Dizzle. The shorts are after them. Oh, Nutanix. Oh, no, I don't have any position in them. Who might be the potential buyer? I have no clue. I don't know enough about what they specifically do. Usually my knowledge on data center tends to be like around the semiconductor side. I tend to not be very good at like the software side, etc. Your IBM puts down bad. Well, at least I'm not getting mocked for, oh, play the play Jay doesn't play. That's always the one that works out. You have October 21st? I'll hold you, my friend. Listen, they report earnings tomorrow. Jay knows more about hard than soft. We're not wrong, baby. My Apple calls that I bought, which were up at one point by 20%, are now down by 6%. And that's okay. I bought them for next week. Windy. I disagree. By the way, when does CLAC report? CLAC is KLA, otherwise known as also KLA 10 core. It's a semi-cap. Semi-cap are the companies that produce the tools that manufacture semiconductors. They're next week. I'm curious. Has there been any unusual options activity on CLAC? Anything unusual on CLAC? CLAC leaps, one of your biggest losses. I know, me too. CLAC cost me a lot of money. CLAC basically undid the good that TSMC originally did for me, or like Qualcomm originally did for me. I lost a lot of money on CLAC. CLAC has been a stupidly profitable company all year long. Their operating profit's like over 50%. No unusual from what you could see. Thank you. Here's the logic, guys. Look at what happened to Lam Research. Look what happened to ASML after their earnings. CLAC's up next week. CLAC is going to have a lot less exposure than especially like Lam Research had. CLAC is more along leading edge logic. Lam Research is generally speaking all nodes, memory mostly. Caffeine, how you doing, homie? Why is Revlon halted? I don't know. I am dying to find out. Because it's a fucking scam? Come on. That company should not get more love when it's announced bankruptcy than before. Day drinking. There we go. Cheers, my friend. How's Tesla doing? Is it pumping or is it dying? Chat cat, who is buying Revlon? Is anyone buying Revlon? I didn't think bankrupt companies were sexy. Rather acquiring. I don't know why Curiosity Stream's dropping. Caliano, the same people that bought Luckin Coffee and Hertz. Oh god. Mm-hmm. Oracle just dropped some good news. What did they drop? Did they revise guidance? Yeah, Caffeine, you were smart enough to buy calls this morning. I'm regretting buying my put so early on Tesla. I was worried they would get front ran, and apparently I didn't have any concern about that. What's the news on I'm checking for Oracle? Seeing specific news. Hold on. I saw they got upgraded by an analyst, but that was this morning. Oracle projects $65 billion in annual revenue by 2026. They're going to gain 50% revenue in 4 years? Fuck yeah. That's a big deal. Operating margin of 45%? Fuck me. That's good. Wow. Well, that's what I'm about to say about bull market, but think about this, guys. Oracle's cloud. Oracle's cloud. Who else plays in cloud? Literally, the only concern with Microsoft going into this earnings is the PC sector and what it does for Windows. But that is impressive. That shows you the strength of the cloud, though. Tesla, I can eat a dick. So great call in Valley yesterday. Thank Jankwalk. Jankwalk was the one that pointed out the unusual options activity on Vale. All I said was, well, it makes sense. There's 4 different materials companies. The Vale play yesterday was unusual activity that was flagged, combined with the fact that when we looked at the calendar, where it's like, well, why would people play Vale? What was the stimulus for that? Alcoa, Steel Dynamics, Nucor, and Freeport-McMoRan. That's what I'm willing to bet. By the way, half of those companies missed, yet they all went up. Crazy. So yeah, wish I'd gone in heavier. I got 70% on those. It was a good spot, Jankwalk. Yep, Steel Dynamics had a good report. By the way, I'm going to be a hater for a second. Had it not been for the fact that Nucor missed and went up, I was going to suggest puts on Cleveland Cliffs. Steel Dynamics, their story was this. Flat rolled steel sucked. Thank God they had a metal fabrication business. Cleveland Cliffs sells more flat rolled steel than anybody else and does not have metal fabrication business. Caffeine, I'm in American Express for tomorrow. AXP. And then I bought my Apple calls for next week already. What I do for AXP, October 28th, 148. They were green earlier. Then AXP decided to be some bottom bitches. With the rest of the market, by the way. So I don't know if that has anything to do with someone now seeing new logic for their earnings. Has there been any interesting options activity for AXP? A lot of 1 DTE 150s, which seems really aggressive. Garfeld, does Vale usually move with North American companies? I don't think so. I assumed Vale was much more connected to China. What call for Apple? For Apple, I have November 18th 150s, which are currently down 7%. So you're getting them 7% cheaper than me. Yes, AXP is tomorrow morning. Guys, let's go and check out the earnings. Oh, Snapchat tonight. Gem is bearish for next week, but bullish afterwards. Sounds about right. Yep. So tonight plays. By the way, also check for any unusual activity on Whirlpool. Whirlpool is another one that I think. Actually, Whirlpool, that should be. They're already getting bodied. That's the problem. Watch Snap just be flat, just to fuck with everybody. Look at Whirlpool, guys. This stock's been beaten the fuck up. AXP. Okay, here we go. A lot of calls. Kind of good. Second page for AXP. Ooh, a lot of puts. Interesting. All right, thank you. Anyway, here's Whirlpool. God, my concern is, oh, this stock's at a low. You don't short the whole. Third forward PE, yeah. 40 million in puts. What's the strike? Whirlpool, $130 puts. Interesting. Thanks for that, Jenquok. My concern is I don't know if I want to short the whole. But my God, like, housing's down. All right. That's not good for Whirlpool. Inventory's got to be up. Even if they've got excess cost savings because they see what's it called? Like a lot of materials costs going down, yeah. By the way, I mean, this is a company that makes a lot of money. They have a high dividend. I'm not going to play against Whirlpool. I anticipate they're going to have a lot of shitty things to say. Short AMD when it hits 60? That's so savage. Why short Whirlpool when Carvana is still at 3 price to book? Good point. Because Whirlpool is reporting earnings tonight, and Whirlpool is going to suck. Oh, well. So, yeah, Snap should move. CSX, no clue. United Pacific, by the way, reported this morning. Okay, the trains reported this morning, and they did very well this quarter. Their guidance sucked. How did Dow do? I thought they missed. Oh no, Dow beat Q3 earnings and revenue. Yeah, they actually beat. Their margins were down. That's what they missed on. But they beat. You love Jem. He is beloved. Oh, God. Yeah, Tesla puts for next week makes sense. Fig, you notice Jem hasn't used many emojis this year? Yeah. I think people have correctly pointed out, how am I going to trust you with like managing money? Because that's his job, by the way, in real life. Like if you tweet like a 13-year-old girl. Norwegian said a whole bunch of puts slammed on it today. Sounds about right. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to momentarily, though. My belief is tonight you see the 10Q come out saying Elon's going to sell shares, and then he starts selling tomorrow. Okay, I have October 28th, $195 puts. AXP is getting bodied. That ain't good to see. Oh. Kind of Duffy, we're looking at AXP now. I don't like this activity, by the way. Jem also said there's a bear trap coming. Every day, someone's going to get trapped. Mark my words. Yep, few understand this. That's the expression to use. If you're on FinTwit, God, American Express is getting bodied now. This is the shape of a lot of stocks today, unfortunately. Jay Skelly, the Twitter deal is supposed to close by the 28th. If it lasts beyond then, he's going to have to pay some interest. Sympathetic plays for Snap. I assume the answer is Meta, right? Google and Facebook. Interesting on Google. I mean, Facebook makes the most sense. There's another interesting play that actually might be Pinterest. Pinterest makes ad revenue, by the way. Alternatively, what about Trade Desk, TTD? Yep. TTD is Trade Desk. They run what? An ad platform? Meta options flow is very balanced. Yeah, I don't think anybody knows how they're gonna do. I thought a lot of the channel checks from Meta has actually been positive. I'm probably not going to try to trade anything in conjunction with Snap. So I don't trust Snap at all. And quite frankly, if you have any tech exposure, it'll move up if Snap does well. You think Snap will miss? Not sure how they've improved from last ER. Hey, they don't have to improve. Remember, expectations dropped. Philips 66 may not be able to meet its deliveries for 3 major players. Are you fucking shitting me? It's PSX, right? PSX. That's about right. Should be more. You're reading the Cryon from Bloomberg? Well, at least they're not blowing up their refineries again. All you know is Warren and Pelosi both have a fuck ton of AXP. AXP is supposedly a good business. Can't tell with their stock action today. Union Pacific sees waning cargo demand. Yep, saw that. Early MOC imbalance, 283 on the sell side, 283 million. That's so small. It's puny. Very, very puny. God, IBM really held all their gains today. I'm kind of shocked. Apparently the Revlon ask on TD Ameritrade is 135. What? But why? Hey, listen, if someone could get that much, that's fine, but... All right, we going to see any move on the power hour? By the way, not a lot of demand in this last, 40 minutes or so. Really not. I think today, no one gives a shit. Because the 10 years showing no weakness sounds about right. $9K open interest on January 2025. $55 Twitter calls. Wow. Retail's not very sharp. What is Twitter's price at now? Some of that is VTards. Yeah, we know. Which is pretty fucking savage. I'm overpaying for Twitter, retail, so $55 strikes it is. CSX has a lot of exposure to Ian. Hurricane Ian. By the way, last night there was an early a pre-release from Allstate. Allstate only has 2% of the Florida market. They had to guide down. They took big losses on Hurricane Ian. Here's the interesting thing. For insurance companies, by the way, insurance companies, they're facing a unique risk, which is this. Inflation in the cost of houses, medical care, and cars means that when one of those things gets destroyed, they have to cover it, they pay more. Yeah, Raising Cane's, they would close when they go private. If Twitter was then relaunched, it would have an entirely new options chain. Janice, thank you very much for the Prime sub, my friend. Thank you. So yeah, all those contracts would be closed. Even if Elon relaunched, it's a new IPO. It's a new entity completely. Hey, Chad, so the goal is to pay even less than they already do? Yep. By the way, it is possible the bond market is overpricing rates and going vigilante so they can get the Fed to intervene and stop QT. What? Is it possible? Oh. Gartho, did Ian destroy a lot of houses where flooding was not involved? I understand 100% of flood insurance from the government. I think so. But Ian also destroyed a fuckload of cars in particular. I think Allstate has a large auto insurance business, particularly for Florida. Then again, it was only 2%. Well, Twitter's moving up. What's Tesla doing? Oops. Yeah, I did get back into Tesla puts. I have October 28th, $195 puts. Yields in dollar at the high of the end, yep. Lulu is at support. Hedge wall at 290. Interesting. Next week, Lulu and Ulta are going to be on my looking list. Kano as well. I want to take harder looks at all three of those companies. But Lulu and Ulta. Becky is still strong, my friends. If L'Oreal is pre-announcing strong earnings, Becky is fine. I don't care about what Olaplex says. Olaplex may show that it sucks to be at the highest end when you have competition. UPS next week. UPS could be another good one. C.Dude says, why pre-announce strong earnings? I don't know. Technically, if you see something fundamentally different, management should be obliged to always give accurate representations. Not good, not bad, but accurate. So if you substantially see a quarter going better or worse than what you've previously said, you should be alerting, providing you're not in a blackout period. That's how governance would work usually. It's a good question, though, Sita. You are welcome, Stacey. Thank, keep looking at his name. Sucks, because I guarantee I'll remember the name as soon as I see it. Thank Jankwonk. Thank Jankwonk. That was his call out on the unusual options activity. Yep, Alti is correct. Managerial faculty is obliged or obligated to disclose that company information. It's not just should. There's a reason we have 8Ks. That's correct. Yeah. Transparency is important. That's why a lot of people complain, like, how come there's so many Fed speakers? I like having a government that's actually responsive. I'm not going to blame, generally speaking, the Fed speaker for when they say something truthful and the market goes fucking nuts. I'm much more likely to blame the market. Like, hey guys, chill the fuck out. Not a bad day for RBT. Who the fuck is RBT? Whoa, what just happened to them? They were having a better day about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, PBR's been on a tear. No kidding. Yeah, LT leaves. If we had less Fed speakers, then how could they trade? Yeah. Volcker used to call and say, the rate such and such. Click. And that's it. Yeah, Tasca, I got the $195 calls for next week. Or, sorry, puts for next week for Tesla. I think as soon as the market closes tonight, we're going to get a 10K. RBT is profit taking? Okay. Well, I want some profit. So Wifey Alpha hates more than just trolling. Hedge Eye, Macro Alpha, Altra Stena Lawson, Raoul Paul, Andy Constant and Joe Lysenol. One knows there's a pattern there. Ugh. Board XCX. I think the 10K has to come before he sells, not after. I mean, keep in mind, Volcker faced a dramatically different area. Yeah. The wifey hate on Hedgeye, I don't know if wifey's the one that calls it out. Hedgeye is interesting. Hedgeye, they accepted PPP loans during COVID and then got them forgiven and then continually blasts any bit of stimulus that comes out of the government. I find him incredibly hypocritical. Incredibly hypocritical. All right. I don't mind if you take PPP loans, that's fine, but you need to shut the fuck up about them blasting all this stimulus and shit from the government. That's my issue I have with it. Yeah, bailout for me and not for thee. Yeah. So whenever I see him sitting there shitting on like, oh well, the government, you know, he's one of the he's one of them big GOPQ guys. Whenever he starts that shit, I'm like, you took government money, motherfucker. You took government money. He was complaining about student loans, and someone like one of the people replied to him and posted stuff about his like the images of his PPP loans getting basically forgiven. It's like, is this you, Chief? And he got banned quickly. Yep, dig. Darius Dale used to work for Hedgeye, then left, started up his own. There's an entire lawsuit about it. It's really interesting. Give me more caffeine. You want to see an interesting one? Check this out. Look at Broadcom. All right, they're down 1.3% today. That's fine. Look where they're sitting right now. See, Bird, isn't that basically the standard playbook for fuckers that got PPP loans and got them forgiven? I'm going to use a difference. There's probably a lot of people out there who utilize PPP loans and were correct about it. All right, and even got them forgiven. I have no problem with that. But it's the people who are going to sit there, particularly in the financial sector, bitching about like any form of stimulus when they took stimulus. I'm sorry. Yeah, the whole market's not been enjoying this week. Meanwhile, XAP, AXP, look at this. Guys, fingers crossed. Oh, if I expand Broadcom to a weekly standpoint, got it. Jankwalk, your previous employer took PPP, fired a bunch of my coworkers, and then bought 4 new. Ugh. Tech stocks are going to drop 30% more from here before this is over. Like, what's your time frame? Board yes, someone mentioned it was a 10K. I don't know if that's correct or not, but Does TikTok's telling you to report waiters and strippers to the IRS? Yes. Remember, the longer Elon theoretically waits, the bigger risk he has of the price naturally dropping, and then he has to sell more. You need some J copium, everybody dies. Nope. One of these days, the sun will expand and evaporate basically all life on Earth. B-Hood, who the fuck is croissant people talk of? I assume you're talking about Gem Croissant, spelt C-E-M. SEC Form 4. All right. Within 2 business days after a transaction. Got it. Front ran by who? By us. Everyone knows Elon has to sell. If you think he's... Put it this way. This morning, reporting comes out that he's been approaching every possible source of money to boost the equity funding. All right? And then also keep in mind this, that every legal expert looked at the actions that Judge Christine McCormick did and realized if Elon tries to hold out or play any games, he's risking a lot. All of retail is about to get dumped and it will stay flat. Let's see. Keep in mind, the last time Tesla really dumped, it was a result of Elon selling. And if Elon has to put out a form saying he's selling, whether it's before or after, that's not going to be good. The interesting thing is, if Tesla dumps, is that the time to then buy in? Because all of a sudden, then he puts out the statement, and then everyone likes it. What's this, B-Hood? TikTok's China-based parent company ByteDance plan to use TikTok app to track physical location of specific American citizens. Ooh. You can make an argument for longer-term Facebook calls because at some point, if they get banned, oh boy. Like, if TikTok ever gets banned in the United States, overnight, Facebook's going to go up pretty big. They're having a 30% day. That's definitely not a good look. Guys, look at American Express. If Snap goes down, Meta goes down. I know. Meta benefits from TikTok. Fuck yeah. As someone who sucks at trading, especially in this environment, should you simply dollar cost average into an index fund and forget about it? Yes. Yes. Long term, yes. If you're talking about not trading, about investing, you don't need the money anytime soon? Yes. Yes, you should. Google Moon, is it? What are you talking about if, in the event of a TikTok ban? Look at the 1 minute. Spencer, let's go, Mom. I know. Everyone, let's go, Spencer's mom. We're all cheering for American Express today. NEE's on weekly channel bottom. Let me check Broadcom for a second at the weekly. As recommended by our good buddy Caffeine. God, this stock's been so bloodied. The U.S. 10 years over 4.2. What's causing it? Was today the last day the Fed was selling? If that's the case, do we get bounced tomorrow? And tomorrow's a Friday of OPEX week. What happens? American Express has the advantage they only give cars to high FICO scores. Yep. For everything else, there's Ally. I like how Twitter's over 5250. See what Air's doing today. At one point, Air was above 20 bucks. Look at it. Look at the Chad. I want to see the stock go up tomorrow as well. Still, you get over yesterday, someone was like, here's all the competitors to Air on Twitter. And I checked like at least the first half of his list that I actually went through. Like majority of the companies had nothing to do with Air. And I'm like, all right, good luck. Didn't even bother responding. Liquidity bulls dropped the ball. I'm very disappointed in them. All those bulls. What y'all thinking? Guys, it looks like unless there's some dramatic reversal, it looks like we're all waiting for Snap to fuck us. Snap's gonna snap. We're gonna find out who dies. Jankwalk, I'm assuming what happens, the logic behind buying bonds, is that you don't think we're going to hold an inflationary environment. So you're going to basically get a large yield when in the future rates will eventually moderate down. I assume that's the option. I assume that's what happens. Oracle goes down if that happens. Probably. Remember, Snapchat took its like Snapchat crushed semiconductors, and that doesn't make sense. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, look at that. Look at that, guys. I'm sorry to say it. The Bears won. All right, let me give you points. Oh, the Sourers. The Sourers, they win. There's your points. It's okay. Now, Snap, I think, might report immediately. So let's keep eyes on them. Let's see. Dividends and earnings. Bears just keep on winning. Yes, what can be done about it? No, it's fine. Really, Kangaroos are winning right now the most. Snap is 405. Okay, so you guys, we got 4 minutes before all of your tech stocks are going to move in one direction or the other. By the way, if we were in a perfectly logical market, Snapchat should move. I'd like to see the rest of the tech stocks not move. Just not respect it. No, Double Horse, I don't. I wish I did, though. Snapchat's moving up. I don't think it's real. Yeah, I don't think it's real. I don't believe that the numbers are out yet. Yep, lots of ghost wicks. He said it snaps at 410. Interesting. The NYSE suspended trading in Revlon's Class A stock. Boy. How do we keep letting the worst social media stock in existence dictate? Whoa. I don't see their numbers out, but like, I mean, if we're talking ghost wicks, like, I see a big one. I mean, people are buying Snap, I'll say that much. Yeah, I think it is because it reports first. I think because they have themselves basically reporting first. So Snap tends to report before both Meta and Google. Google should be the one that moves the entire advertising market. You haven't used Snap since 2013? Not bad. Yeah, wasn't Snapchat just all about dick pics? Now they're basically sending dick pics to everyone else in the market. I've never used Snapchat either. I'm too old. Yeah. Back in my day, when I used to send a dick pic, I had to get a, an artist in to paint it. It would take hours. Your little cousin's so embarrassing in Snap. I'm sure your little cousin's embarrassing outside of Snap too. Dick pics and cyberbullying. Ugh. That's the modern economy. Right now, Snap's at 11. I want to see it either 12 or 10. Dick pics by snail mail. Yeah. 12 or 10 tells me it's real. 12 or 10. Jada stand still for 5 seconds while I change the light bulb. Yeah. Polaroid dick pics. Yeah, Polaroid was created by dick pics. You have Revlon's being delisted. Good. Whirlpool minus 4%. Fuck me. Should have played it. Apparently, I should have played Whirlpool. Oh. Whirlpool is getting savagely fucked. Whirlpool is down 12%. Whoa, Snapchat. Coming in. They're down. They're up. Are they out yet? I still don't see the numbers. Where are you guys seeing it down big? I'm seeing 1060. With all due respect, for Snapchat, that's not down big. If they're down big, they'll show you what that is. No one's posting the numbers yet. Yeah, Snapchat, listen, if Snapchat dives, it's gonna dive. If it moons, it gonna moon. Okay, there, yeah, it hit a candle, it makes sense. Just the wick. Just the tip, yeah. Keep eyes on Snapchat. I'm looking at Whirlpool. See if I can see their numbers. Which I'm not. I'm not seeing the numbers. CSX. Their numbers are in. EPS, 52 cents, beats 50-cent estimate. Sales, 3.9 billion, beats 3.77 billion. Stock is up. Whirlpool, EPS, miss, big time. Sales, miss, big time. So CSX beats, and they're up. Whirlpool, down, 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 down. I should have played it. I thought Whirlpool was already so beaten up. And apparently, there's levels to this shit. Wow. Fiscal year ongoing. So this year, EPS $19. Previously, had seen $22 to $24. Damn. There is no floor. Hold on. Whirlpool sees fiscal year ongoing EPS. Okay. Estimates were $21.85. Okay, so even their guide was higher than estimates. Okay. BJ's Restaurants beats. Revenue beats. Never even heard of them, by the way. By the way, Whirlpool is not completely dying. Whirlpool may be leading to the question of this may have been expected. So maybe we were smart for not playing it. Maybe. Just maybe. Snapchat, send more nudes. Yeah, Whirlpool's coming back. Yep, snaps in a minute, guys. You excited? Is everyone excited? You get to watch the market either like live or die in real time. Which again, Snapchat is the shittiest of the social media companies. Yeah, Milwaukee Bullets, we were smart, yeah. OnlyFans killed Snap. Did it? Did it? Maybe. It's an interesting argument. B-Hood, you bought the $11 calls. I am cheering for you, sir. I am going to root for you. Whirlpool announced acquisition, InSinkErator, and continued divestiture of... Okay, got it. Ape was up 17% today. Jesus. All right, no rest for the pump and dumps. Whoa! You guys seeing it? You guys seeing it? The fuck? Remember when I said either $12 or $10? What if I told you it hit both? It's at $9.80 now. What the fuck? Look at it, went up and then it went down. Google is going down too. Okay, Snapchat, here we go. 8 cents per share, beat consensus. Okay, I got it. Company reported sales, they beat barely. What is their consumer guide? Like, what, what? Google's taking a dive too. Yeah, they apparently beat. I assume their guidance sucks. Adjusted EBITDA was 72 million. The estimate was 24 million. They crushed on EBITDA at least. Snapchat not providing formal financial guidance for fourth quarter. Authorized stock buyback of up to 500 million. Oh, the fuck they think they are? CCP? Yeah, no shit. Meta down 4%. How many B's is Snap taking out of Google? Again! Snapchat is not done until everything in the queues dies. But you guys saw it. Yep, Caffeine, you did. You guys saw it, though. Snapchat hit $12, then hit $10. Oh, my God. Poor Snapchat. You need some milk? Man, imagine being the person who bought it at 12. See, dude, let's go in on Snap. It's not the worst play. I'm not going to. You can. Yeah, 12 to 865. All in the same after. Like, yeah. Oh my God. Snap will probably be delisted or no shit. Let's see Google. Google's down 1.7%. All right, let's do some math. Google is a $1.3 trillion company. So let me get my calculator. I'm seeing what, 20 billion? I think 20 billion's been taken out of Google. Okay, 20 billion. Snapchat's market cap is right about 19 billion. So just about almost one Google or one Snapchat's been taken out. Windmaster. Google should buy Snap and take them private so they can stop tanking their stock price. Yep. B-Hood, I agree with you, by the way. Snap reports slowest ever quarterly growth, but adds new users. Snap is worth 18 billion. That is stupid. 100% agree. Pinterest taking the D also. Sounds about right. It does. Sounds right. Hold on. Twitter's down in after hours, by the way. Not much. TikTok ban Snap up, maybe. God, Snapchat strikes again, my friends. Google must be furious. Man. If Snapchat didn't go before megacap tech, it would be truly irrelevant. Do we pretend this matters again? Skyhigh Millionaire. This has no effect on Apple. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Snap shouldn't have impact on Facebook or Google either. Opportunity to play Meta or Google? Yes, almost certainly it is. Snap says, we have set our internal forecast based on the assumption that year-over-year revenue growth will be approximately flat in the fourth quarter. That's why they're down. Why? I like this. Snap announces a $500 million buyback. Bless their heart. So Snap isn't growth anymore. Yeah. Snap doesn't benefit from midterm election ad spend, unlike Google and Meta. I'll make the argument they probably don't benefit from any ad spend, clearly. Take care, big Costco guy. Snap increased daily average users 19% year over year. Wow, that's good. Doesn't matter apparently, but yeah, their daily average users are 363 million. That's up 19% year over year. Garfo, isn't ad spend a strong leading indicator for the economy overall? I don't think so. I thought last time ad spend actually held up after. Basically, it was one of the more lagging indicators. Supposedly, there was a piece of analysis done that specifically focused on Google, so maybe that's the problem. But it showcased that in times of recession, Google saw more ad spend. Glup, negative ROI for every daily average user, though. You can't serve them effective ads. Damn. That's proof that they're a shitco. No, Garfo. Someone had posted it on Twitter, so take it for what it's worth. Lawbad, yeah, there may be an opportunity. Yeah. Hey, Elson, how you doing? First time to chat? Welcome to the party, my friend. Their users are kids. Most kids don't have money to spend, so ads on Snap are not effective. Companies know that and spend less advertising on Snap. I love that argument. That sounds about right. It's hard not to look at Snapchat and think this is less an indictment on overall advertising as opposed to Snapchat being a shitty company with a shitty focus. You think Meta's the winner from a TikTok ban? Yeah, if TikTok ever got banned, Meta's probably the player. Any other earnings of interest? Let's see. Whirlpool sucks. We know that much. Pour it out for Sam. Oh no, not again. Tell me not again. Hey. Oh my God. Sam had one of the worst earnings reports. It was like 2 or 3 quarters ago because we covered it. What the fuck? Oh my God. All right, guys. Ready for this one? Boston Beer, which is Sam, sees fiscal year 2022 adjusted EPS. That's this year. All right. They see fiscal year 2022 adjusted EPS between $7 and $11. They should be down for having the balls to put that kind of range. That's the type of company that does Truly. Their shitty seltzer. We don't know where the beer is going. Yep. Yeah, they play the 95% confidence interval game very, very true. Very literally. I mean, Jesus, that's terrible. Yeah. CM Bird, so they just released third quarter EPS. It gets better. So they're saying for the full fiscal year, not calendar year, fiscal year, between $7 to $11. Meaning, what the fuck does next quarter look like? Because there's only one more quarter in the year. Google is down 2.5%. That sounds like 2 Snapchats. Sorry, 1.5. 1.5 Snapchats is currently being removed from Google's market cap. The beer I drank today is the Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Caffeine, what we got here? I saw this article earlier. Trafalgar warns the world is running low on copper. Mm-hmm. Snapchat authorizes 500 million of buybacks, but can't give guidance for next quarter. Do we fade this Google drop? Almost certainly. Problem is, I'm actually not too confident on Google beating, by the way. At least they're not the most... Put it this way. I think there's a greater chance that both Amazon and Apple do better. Apple is one of my most high confidence picks at this point for earnings. Google needs to buy Snap just to shut them the fuck up. Google's losing like 30 billion in market cap right now. Suchi is correct. Let's buy copper into a recession. If you think there's a recession, don't buy copper. Will Apple have ad spend revenue this year, this quarter? Yes. Yeah, I did see Consensus Gurus shut down. Margie says, even a slight beat, Apple may say off. It needs big results. I will disagree with you on that one. No. No. No, they don't. Not with how many times Apple's already been down on reports saying, quote, consumer demand for the iPhone was weakening. When they sit there and say, no, it's not, they'll do fine. Yeah, we should start our own version of Consensus Gurus. So yeah, I will disagree with the idea that Apple needs a blowout to go up. No, I don't think that's the case. If I did, I wouldn't have bought calls. I'm willing to bet money on it. Yeah, the new Apple fade is the reduction in the plus manufacturing. Jankwalk, the thing is, that was the old fade as well. People were fading that one on the idea of, okay, they were going to be producing less production. And never mind, it's like, yeah, because they moved it all into the Pro model. The problem is that there's so many, like, a lot of their Chinese supply chain that's complaining, and it may be because Apple's moving their supply chain away from China. But yeah. Last time when Broadcom reported earnings, Broadcom spoke very briefly about their consumer segment, which is only Apple, and they're like, we are doing very good there. So if you actually follow the semiconductor side, TSMC reported record, and they're guided up again. They're providing the chips for Apple. If there was a fundamental problem on demand for the iPhone, you probably would have been able to read it out through Broadcom and or TSMC. Not only that, Foxconn guided up. Foxconn's the #1 contract manufacturer for Apple. So yeah. everyone fading Apple. You can fade it on valuation. When they started saying shitty demand, that's when it's like, yeah, I'll take the opposite side of that one. Apple customers are a fucking cult. By the way, Apple has not really lost anything in the after hours, so that's good. Meanwhile, Meta. Are you fucking serious? My pleasure, Jen Kwok. Least I could do, right? I gotta be entertaining and informative, right? Hershey. If Google keeps getting beaten down into Tuesdays, ER, should we be buying calls? Yes. Yes, we should. Yeah, Hershey, say hi. They like you. See, Hershey, that's someone that's talking about you. I know, you can't read. We've been working on it. Why can't you read? I know why. It's because you're dyslexic. It's okay. Suchi, I mean, didn't Apple say they're going to reevaluate the iPhone demand? No, they didn't. Apple is the most secretive company on earth. They don't talk about that. Apple never said it. People are saying reports and they're saying, well, that's what Apple said. People need to understand Apple abuses their supply chain partners. It's some random supply chain person who doesn't know shit. Anyway, let's put you on the bed. Got you. Yes. Hershey's very cute, very sweet today. Yeah, Suchi. Apple's kind of bullies to their supply chain, a lot of the companies. So yeah, that's why you've got to be very careful about believing a lot of the reports. I listened to one specific analyst, Ming Chui Kuo, who basically is the #1 Apple analyst based in Taiwan. And that person knows their shit. They predicted a lot about Apple in advance. Raji, Apple outperformed the market and all tech mega caps. Yeah. Yeah. They have. Rekha Shaman, for Broadcom, do you happen to know how much of their consumer business makes for their total revenue? It's not a lot. I think it was like less than 10%. It's less than 10%, something like that. It's small. Broadcom is fundamentally a bit of a software play for enterprise. They bought Symantec's enterprise business. They're now in the process of acquiring VMware. Broadcom's main business, though, is networking. They do networking and they also do Wi-Fi. Yeah, Hershey is, not you. Hershey is as hot as a consumer defensive should be. Hershey is trading, not you, at a higher forward PE than Apple. Look at this. Guarantee you. Apple has better growth prospects than Hershey. How's Trade Desk doing? TTD. AXP's tomorrow morning. Oh, look at that. Down 6%. Hershey's a bit of a fatty. Yeah, I said it. Lots of growth. Especially around the belly. Yep, I like Prometheum's point, by the way. If you back out all the money-losing investments, cash balance, Google Cloud, then Google Services, Search plus Ad Tech, trades at 12 times 2023 earnings. So much fat Google could cut if they needed to. Yep. Google is a stupidly productive business. Yeah, Trade Desk could be an interesting play. B-Hood, I saw that they beat with 8 cents. I don't know which one it is. But I've had a few sources like TD Ameritrade saying 8 cents that they beat. The problem with Snapchat apparently is if they said no growth, they're down 20%. By the way, Boston Beer is now up. Well, flat. Oh, wow. Tenet Healthcare, which is a hospital operator, is getting fucking bodied. Garfield, yeah, I saw that meta model from VTarts. I thought it was cool. Keep in mind, the person was also not doing Instagram modeling. Instagram is also, of course, a meta property. Yep, Tenet Healthcare sees fourth quarter adjusted EPS between $1 and $1.54. The estimate was $1.80. Sales 481 to 5 billion. Estimate was 504 billion. Only fans will be able to afford to buy Snap soon. No shit, yeah. That's true. Hey, Hershey. Wait for a second. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to go play with my dog. So let me pass off the mic to our good friend, Jay Jared. And we will be back tomorrow morning to see if American Express makes us poorer or richer. Tomorrow's going to be spicy. Hershey, wait. Yeah. Hershey, you wait. Now the play on AXP was calls. Hershey. And anyway, you guys have fun, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace out, guys.